Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming, both online and offline. And thanks for finding the time, especially those of you who are in time zones far remote from here. Ash, I'm talking about you specifically. It's 6 a.m., isn't it? Yeah, thanks a lot. And it's great that we finally managed to organize this conference, even though in spite of all the unexpected obstacles, one of which occurred right now, and I would like to announce it to everyone here that there has been a problem at 6 a.m. with water pipe leakage on the 3rd floor. So be careful when you go to the restrooms. But our technical department has been heroic in repairing it early in the morning. So we are here, and let me start by once again thanking everyone for coming. And I would like to make a few small remarks about why we decided to hold this meeting and why I think this could be the beginning of a good start. So first of all, I was inspired, as we wrote in the announcement, we were inspired by what the South of England LrFG meeting, which is held every year, and which used to be held twice a year and even more often actually. But after COVID, it's been less regular, and I'm not sure if we will be able to achieve the same regularity in Moscow. And actually, when I started teaching LrFG here in Moscow in, I think, is it something like 2016, I never thought that there would be an LrFG community established here in Moscow. I hoped so, but, you know, since there are not that many people here, I mean, there's, in general, a smaller pool of people than, say, in Oxford or in the UK. And furthermore, that because of the popularity of other frameworks, I wasn't sure that this would work, but apparently now we have at least 5 people who can make LrFG talks, which I think is a good start. And the reason why I think LrFG would be, the reason why we decided to hold this meeting is, first of all, is that we wanted to have, to give students an opportunity to present their work in a more informal way than at some, you know, big conference, including the LrFG conference, especially as not everyone has the opportunity to travel, for example, this year to Ghana to present their presentations. And in this way, they will have at least a way to discuss it with the colleagues. And the second reason, maybe not so happy one, is that, as you all know, due to well-known circumstances, the travel between Russia and other countries has been significantly impaired. And that's why we need more local opportunities to present our work. But as we say in Russian, if it was not for unhappiness, if there would not have been happiness, right? Не было бы счастья, да несчастье помогло, right? So in a certain sense, I think it's a good thing to have local communities, right? Because it means that there will be some sort of discussion going on in different parts of the world. But at the same time, of course, it's important to preserve some sort of a international outlook. That's why we insisted on holding this conference in English so that people can attend. And then the recording will also be available on the website so that those who couldn't attend today, and I know that many couldn't because of the Easter holidays in many parts of the world, will be able to hear the recordings. And I would like to share, before we start, since there is still like actually 10 minutes left, I would like to share some thoughts about why I think LrFG is something which could have its a wider appeal both in Russia and elsewhere. So I would like to say that Russia has a very peculiar story with respect to linguistics, because we had a very strong descriptive tradition in the Soviet Union and even before that time. But due to obvious reasons, this descriptive tradition was in many ways isolated from the developments which happened since the 1950s, to the extent that there even used to be a homegrown generative framework, which is called meaning text theory, and which actually has some international appeal as well. But due to various reasons, it never took hold in Russia or elsewhere. But the tendency to describe languages in detail, including description based on fieldwork and description based on thorough syntactic and morphological and semantic analysis, has persisted. And in a certain sense, by the 90s, let's say, when the borders opened, Russian linguistics, again, that's my perspective, I think it found itself in a sort of complicated situation, because on the one hand, yes, there was a very strong tradition of describing things in detail, but at the same time, there was no connection to the formal theories which existed elsewhere in the world. So we still had, our work was inspired, very often Russian work was inspired by formal theories, like general government and binding theory or minimalism, but up to maybe the last decade or so, there were very few people who were actually working in those frameworks. And this has started to change in the last actually, I think in the last decade or so, when we now have each year numerous MA thesis and BA thesis, which are defended in minimalism, let's say. And now we even will have a couple of theses defended in LFG finally. And why I think this is a good thing. First of all, diversity is good in general, because when you know that there are other frameworks which have a different perspective at various phenomena, you understand the limitations and the strong points of your own framework. Secondly, I think that LFG is an appealing alternative to those people who want to do descriptive and typologically oriented work, but do not want to work on those theoretical issues which are important for minimalists. So it's kind of a middle ground between purely descriptive work, which often suffers from the lack of clear predictions and clear verifiable statements, because you just, you apply 10 tests, but you don't know what these tests actually mean. You just apply them because you read some paper which had this test, but the person who introduced those criteria, they had some theory in mind, but you don't have, you just, apply them and hope for the best. But on the other hand, some people, they just want to, the primary goal is to describe a language and not to make a broader statement, or perhaps even many people's view of what a theory of language should be is different from, let's say, the minimalist view, by postulating a poorer, a less rich universal grammar and relegating more generalizations, let's say, to typological tendencies or things like this. So I think LFG kind of is a good way, as I always say to students, LFG is a way to formalize what we are already doing in typologically oriented descriptive work. I would say that we can look at it in this way. So we can talk about constituents, we can talk about features, we can talk about grammatical relations, but if we use LFG, we have all the same things, but we have a more explicit way of describing them, and we can actually verify what we're saying. When we say something is a subject or something is, raising or topicalization, we actually know what this means and what predictions this leads to, and this is not just, a bunch of words stuck together. So I think that in general, I'm very much hopeful that LFG will persist. And let me briefly here and let us hope that this first conference will be a traditional one. There's this Moscow Linguistic Olympiad, which is famous for the fact that the first Olympiad was called the first traditional Olympiad in linguistics and mathematics. So I hope that we can call this conference the first traditional Moscow LFG meeting. And let me now briefly introduce the people who are talking today, just so you understand the speakers. So two of them are BA students. Alekseev, who will be talking just after me, is a third-year BA student. Then Anna Osipova is the fourth-year BA student, so she will be defending her BA thesis this year, and it will be on the same topic, which is actually she will be talking about today. So this will be also a kind of a test run of the BA defense in a certain sense, although in English. And the defense will be in Russian, although if you prefer, we can also have it in English. Then the next speaker, then after the break, there will be a talk by the MA students, Mirjana Guseva, who also decided to work on classifiers in LFG, and I hope she's not here, but I will hope that she will come by the time of the second part of the conference. Then there is Vadim Dyachkov, who is already an established scholar who works here at the Institute of Linguistics at the Department of African Languages and also at CNRS in Paris. And he's only recently started working on LFG and to model certain phenomena in the languages he's working on. And finally, it's me, who also decided to participate in order to, also try to present some ideas which are work in progress, but hopefully will attract some attention. So as you see, it's cool. We have like half of the speakers are students, even I guess more than half, 3 out of 5. So let's wish them good luck, and thank you once again for coming. And thank you once again for supporting them and supporting our idea. And I would like to especially thank Daniil Alekseev, who supported my idea originally and who actually invested much time in our organization and in the matters related to emailing people and so on. And so I would like to pass the floor to Vadim Dyachkov, who will be the chair of the first session and will announce our first speaker. Thank you. У нас, смотри, 30 плюс 2, у меня 40 плюс 20. Но я могу и быстрее закончить, вместе с нами.
So I think we can start. Should I use my microphone myself? Very sure that
Yes, I tested.
Yeah. So yeah, it does work. I'm very happy to start the first section of our today's meeting, and the first speaker is Oleg Belyaev. Okay, so the first speaker is Danila Alekseev, and with the talk entitled "Ossetic complex predicates and LrFG analysis." Please, Danila, the floor is all yours.
Или можешь правильно. 10 плюс 5. Да, я сейчас открою. Олег Ильич, простите, а вы можете по флешке скинуть?
Флешка там лежит.
Лежит?
То есть там лежит.
Ага.
Папку. А что, открывается?
А почему ты говоришь, что поврежденный? Я из зума скачал.
Нет, папку откройте.
M-LFG? Ну, она будет, конечно...
Вашего нет. Нет.
Ну,
Моей почте вас. Вы мне присылали? И 15 минут. Да, вот где-то здесь есть ваше письмо. Вы присылали мне сюда?
Нет.
Ну,
Я в Телеграм писал.
но моя Телеграм здесь нет.
Ага.
Флешку я не успел. Вы же сказали, что у вас там будет.
Не, ну, а почему-то говорит, что поврежден. Очень.
Давайте я скачаю.
Давайте. Давайте тогда пока скинем.
Да, пока скиньте, пожалуйста, на почту. Ну, а что это? Куда он скачивает? Видите, не могу. Вот у кого-то открывается, у кого-то нет. Okay, sorry for the damaged file. I don't know why. Here apparently it also in Zoom doesn't open. Yes, it says it's damaged. Даня, вы присылали на почту? Давайте просто. Да, правильно? Угу. Ну, не сразу приходит. Вы на Ossetic стадии? Вот пришел. Я не знаю, как он открывает через браузер. Вот это работает. Вот, все, пожалуйста. Там дальше разберетесь, да? Can you see the presentation? Is it okay? Can you see the presentation?
You have to share probably the screen.
Ah, yeah, sorry, I didn't share the screen. Yeah, it's just a moment, share the screen. And here you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry for the unexpected technical problems. Так, оно умеет полноэкранный режим, да? Ну, Adobe Reader умеет полноэкранный режим, да? А? People in Zoom can also see. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry again for the technical troubles. And as also Dr. Belyaev has mentioned, I was a part of the organizing committee, and it's a very joyous moment to see such a small crowd gather for an LrFG conference in Moscow, as Dr. Belyaev already stated. So my talk will be related. Okay, will be related to Ossetic complex predicates, which are the most common type of verb in Ossetic, which is a Iranic Indo-European language. The number of simplex verbs like suin, which means to go, is pretty small, only about 300 roots. And complex predicates are also the only productive way to form new verbs, including from Russian borrowings. For example, in the Iran oral corpus, we can find отказать шкоттой, which means you singular refused. So отказать is directly borrowed from Russian and then used with шкоттой, a light verb. And in this talk, I'll outline how an LrFG analysis of complex predicates might work. I will also explain the basics of what LrFG is, which is a framework developed by Asha Sudeid and Siddiqui and other collaborators, including Oleg Belyaev. And I will mostly focus on their syntax and prosody. Their semantics are also quite intriguing, but due to time limitations, not possible to talk about them today. And the data that I will present is taken from the great works of my numerous predecessors, the oral corpus I mentioned before, and the Ossetic national corpora. Here is an example of a complex predicate, which is translated as "Let Ziza forgive me in the kingdom of the dead." And so the complex predicates is and its structure is tripartite. First of all, there is the light verb, which is most often kanin, which means do, or woven, which means be. And I should mention that they engage, as is common in languages with complex predicates, they engage in the pattern of causative and coative alternation, although again, I won't be able to delve into semantics today. And this is semantically justified and syntactic as well. Some other, albeit rarer, light verbs exist. For example, in the complex predicate kashin, which means obey, we find the light verb kashin, which is look. So the whole thing is translated literally as look in the mouth. The nonverbal component, which is either an adjective or a noun, and possibly a preverb. In the example above, the preverb is n, which also happens to cause the gemination of the first consonant of the verbal root. And there are a total of 8 preverbs in Ossetic. Now, complex predicates exhibit the following properties, which contrast them with the rest of the verbal domain. In terms of component order, only NVC, PV, LV, which is associated with a focus being put on the NVC, and PV, NVC, LV are permissible. All the other permutations you can think about are not possible. For example, you cannot inverse the order of the NVC and light verb. The NVC is typically not a phrasal category, although the cases when it is, I will talk about today. And only second position clitics can be situated between the NVC and the light verb in the PV and the NVC LV case, which is the more neutral word order. And the ability to position the preverb either to the left of the NVC or the light verb is the key test for a complex predicate, and that separates complex predicates from verbs that take an unmarked direct object. And Ossetic is a language with differential object marking. Sometimes the objects take the nominative, sometimes the genitive. And for example, Shkenin in the meaning to build can take a direct object, in this case, achshton nest, and we cannot say something like siuta shachshton kottoi. Only siuta achshton shkottoi is possible because achshton kanin is not a complex predicate, but rather a simple verb with a unmarked direct object. And as shown in Pavel Garchenkov's article, the preverb selection is always determined by the nonverbal component. And this is not in any way affected by the word order. In the PV, NVC, LV case, which is demonstrated in example 3a, only R and A are possible, N is not. And the situation is the same for example 3b, which is the NVC LV case. And complex predicates have pretty peculiar and rather important prosodic properties. First of all, they are stressed by a single lexical stress, which is even the case when second position clitics are present. Here's an example from the Iran oral corpus. We have finished their business. The whole thing is pronounced with a single lexical stress. But if we observe the word order NVC, PV, LV, this leads to prosodic separation. So argomma rakotoi, I was introduced, where the complex predicate is argom rakanin or argom kanin. If we position the preverb on the light verb, then there are two lexical stresses. I should mention that the IOC data I have analyzed is quite convincing for the single clitic case. But in the case of two or more clitics, I suspect that secondary stress, which is understudied in Ossetic, can interfere and may not us understand the correct number of stresses and how the complex predicates in this situation might be prosodified. So the generalization I have talked about before is putative, but I think is quite probable, although we do need to gather more data. This property of being broken up by a clitic cluster differentiates complex predicates from other syntactic constituents, like, for example, the DP. It is also mapped onto a single prosodic unit, also receives a single stress, but it cannot be broken up by a clitic cluster. An example from Low and Belyaev's 2015 article, genre dem, prashucht dem, chins dem. There are some extra brackets buzzarded, and the only correct placement for a second position clitic is after the whole group, genre reshucht chins, which means beautiful bride of Zaur. We cannot place the clitic after the verb, which is the second constituent in the clause, and we cannot place the clitic inside the first constituent. And the NVC is not the only element in the verbal domain with peculiar prosodic properties. Another is say, which is the conative marker. Previously, it has been described as means of expressing secondary imperfectivization in Ossetic, because on the surface, the aspectual system of Ossetic looks quite similar to that of Russian. Russian is, of course, famous for having the secondary imperfectivization marker, but Tatyshly in his 2019 article shows that say can be used with any aspectual view, and that its actual meaning is that the situation that is described does not culminate in the current world. If you want to know more about that, look in Sergey's article and the literature that is cited therein. Morphologically, say is placed after the preverb, before the verbal root, and it cannot be used without a preverb. this is semantically justified since it signifies the non-culmination of a situation. For example, Alan say patti, Alan wanted or tried to sit. Here, the preverb is sh, root but, and say appears between the preverb and the root. Most importantly for our discussion, the presence of say leads to endoclasses. Here's an example from Ashler's 2009 article. He was coming up to me over and over again. So if we would not have any second position clitics in this example, this would be a single verb form, but the clitic cluster can intervene between the preverb and say on one hand, and the rest of the verbal form on the other. Also, crucially, say is compatible with CPRs. Example from the Ossetic National Corpora. They almost, or they tried to, or they wanted to jump multiple times. This translation is mine and should be verified by a native speaker. But we can see that morphology allows us to combine say and a complex predicate. It is not clear how many stresses in this case are in the verbal domain and what should the placement of a clitic cluster be in this case. And there is not much data in this regard in the corpora, but in the ONC we can find the following example, which hints at the real picture. Although again, we have to gather more data, especially in the field. So the example is, he stopped him from breathing multiple times, almost choked him multiple times. Again, I have translated the example myself, so I wouldn't really put my life on this translation. But crucially, here we have complex predicate and it is also modified by say, and the clitic intervenes between the preverb and say on one hand, and the rest of the complex predicate on the other hand. So as an interim summary, we can represent the structure of a finite simple verb and a finite complex verb in this fashion. So on the left end of the form, we have optionally the preverb and also optionally the conative marker say, whose presence is dependent on the presence of the preverb. Then comes the stem, and then come the agreement and tense markers. In the case of the complex predicate, again, we can have the preverb and the conative marker. Also, something I wanted initially to mention, but then realized I don't have a lot of time to talk about this in much detail, but the NVC, although it is generally not phrasal, it can still be modified by some inflection markers. And schematically, I represent them as pool and K. It can receive a plural marker, and we have seen an example like this. Ita is the plural marker, and this gives the preverb an iterative meaning. And some nonverbal components are modified by case markers. Again, we have seen an example before. Kom kashin, look in the mouth. Kom stands in the allative case form. And the light verb has the structure stem and agreement plus tense markers. Yes, I have mentioned this just now, that the NVC is generally not phrasal. It can still bear number of case markers. Not sure about both. Field work required to understand that. And finite complex predicates exhibit mixed prosodic properties. A clitic cluster can intervene between the nonverbal component and the light verb while still maintaining a single stress. And again, this contrasts with the behavior of a phrase like the DP. Now, coming over to the section on analysis, I have to tell you about the framework in which I'm doing this work. So LrFG, or lexico-realizational functional grammar, is an LFG DM hybrid. So what does that mean? LrFG maintains the code description and the non-derivational spirit of LFG, but it aims to provide morphological insight, and for that goal, it has the following properties, which it inherits from distributed morphology, and all the points I will be quoting now are taken from the talk of Asha which was given at our department a few months ago. So first of all, it's a morpheme-based morphol syntax. Secondly, it's a realizational approach to morphology, which leads to morphology being an interface between syntax and prosody and phonology. Morphological information is distributed between three lists. The vocabulary encodes phonological and prosodic information, the encyclopedia encodes semantic information, and the list of formal features that are the actual C structure terminal nodes, which are then mapped onto actual units with phonological content. These are sometimes called morphemes, but as Ash mentioned in his talk, this list frustratingly doesn't have an agreed upon name in the literature. And also LrFG has and employs the elsewhere principle and underspecification, which is used for the analysis of many crucial phenomena. Prosody and phonology in LrFG are treated via the mapping function from morphological structure to prosodic structure, P structure on one hand, and then to phonological string, which is the B structure to P structure to P string mapping, represented by the Greek letters nu, omicron, and rho. And I should mention that here I use a function concatenation in the Russian tradition, where the functions are concatenated from left to right and not right to left. In particular, in the V structure, which is morphological structure, LrFG utilizes the following features in order to account for prosody and phonology. First of all, it is the P frame, which encodes any conditions the exponent places on its prosodic content, and the P domain, which is the prosodic level at which the exponent prosodicifies, i.e. is integrated into the surrounding prosodic environment. Again, all the quotes are from Ash's handout from a few months ago. As an example, we can look at the analysis of English de-adjectival verbs derived using the N suffix. So the C structure is represented in the tree in example 11, and then through new whole mapping, it is mapped onto black N, and we can also represent prosodic and phonological information in the form of the P diagram, which was first developed in Tina Bögel's 2015 PhD dissertation, which describes the approach to the syntax prosody interface in LFG. So, for example, in this fragment of the everything everywhere all at once diagram, which is taken from Ash's talk, we can see that N has the P frame in which it is a syllable inside a binary foot, and its P domain is the prosodic word. At the same time, black is also wants to prosodify as a syllable, and due to the nature of this tree, black can act as a host for the verbalizer N. And in the P diagram in the lower part of this picture, we can see that they actually phrase as a binary foot inside a prosodic word as expected. as 2 syllables. Now we have to sort of assemble the analysis of all the complex predicate related phenomena I have mentioned before. And I have very little talked about the NVC, PV, LV option of word order in complex predicates. And this is because the analysis of this type of complex predicates with such word order is quite straightforward. Ossetic, beginning with Oleg Belyev's work of last year, has been analyzed as a discourse configurational language. This term has also been used for Hungarian and some other languages, and it simply means that the language has a well-structured grammaticalized preverbal area. In the case of Ossetic, a focalized constituent must be followed by a WH constituent, then by a negative constituent, and then by the rest of the VP. And the LFG analysis of Ossetic clause structure employs bar levels beyond 2 to represent the discourse projections as extensions of the VP. Okay. Here is how that would look in a tree. And a preposed NVC must be realized in this focalized projection, because in this configuration, we can find it to the left of either a negative constituent like Nietzsche or to the WH constituent like K. In the previous example, in point B, the NVC is also branching, namely the kakar, or the second scream. Such examples where the NVC is a branching category have not been previously taken into consideration, although they are clearly instances of CPR, although a derivational analysis like that of Dyachkov should be able to handle them. Now we have to understand what is the prosodic unit onto which different things syntactic-wise are mapped onto prosody in Ossetic. And Boris Eschler supposed that a DP in particular is mapped onto a phonological phrase border. And their formulation of this principle is that each phi is assigned a pitch accent anchored to the stressed syllable in the leftmost prosodic word in the phi. This definition makes some predictions that are not quite correct, as it implies that stress always stays within the boundaries of the first prosodic word in a phonological phrase that may consist of many prosodic words. And this is evidently not the case. For example, achoren, I should have indicated the stress there. The stress falls on achoren, on the second supposedly prosodic word, due to the regular stress assignment rules in Ossetic. We can still conclude that phi is the domain of stress assignment, and that also a right phi border is the host of second position clitics. Consequently, we should suppose the following prosodic structure for a complex predicate, something like acherkanen to learn. It should feature nested prosodic, nested phonological phrases in order to account both for the fact that this whole complex receives a single stress and that clitics can intrude the complex. And analogously, for a verb with say, we also have to postulate the following prosodic grouping. And for me, that doesn't look quite right, because here we have a prefix that projects a phonological phrase boundary inside a morphological word, whatever a morphological word can mean. And so this raises a question of whether phonological phrases and prosodic words are even meaningful in Ossetic. And in her 1984 book, Selkirk, who is the author of the original prosodic hierarchy, which features phonological phrases and prosodic words, says that she would now actually deny the existence of phonological phrase in English. Also, Belyaev pointed to me that some Russian researchers use a classification whereby a phonological phrase has no analog. It only features a prosodic word, that is mapped, that is then gathered into syntagms, which are equivalent to intonational phrases in Selkirk approach. So I will adopt Borisy-Eschler's analysis of syntax to prosody mapping in Ossetic, but I will substitute phonological phrases for prosodic words. And for modeling the placement of the clitics, I assume a Halpern 1995 style approach, whereby clitics are syntactically located at the closed left edge, and then they undergo prosodic inversion until reaching a stopping point, which in our case would be a right prosodic word border. This has also been used by Bugel in her treatment of Pashto and Euclides in her PhD dissertation. Now, the last component of the analysis we need to describe before moving on to complex predicates proper is the structure of verbal forms, which was devised by Belyaev in his last year's talk. And for simplicity's sake, and in order to make the tree a bit more compact, I will only consider complex predicates with present tense light verbs. Okay, so how can we represent a CPR and its structure? One possible option is a junction to a verbal head. And something similar has been suggested by Oleg Belyaev in his last year's article, but their NVC occupied bar level 1. It is not, however, necessary to license the NVC in such a purely syntactic fashion. If we assume that the nominal part of the complex predicate provides the pred value and that a light verb potentially has an optional specification for pred in order to use the same lexical entry for both light and heavy versions of light verbs, then a structure where the NVC is not enjoined to the light verb is either predless and infelicitous or contains a heavy version of the light verb. Conversely, if we adjoin the NVC to an inherently heavy verb, this leads to a violation of the principle of uniqueness. We would have two predicats. This leads to a C-structure rule of the form V complex head actually consists of an X caret and a V head, where X caret is either a non-branching noun or a non-branching adjective. And I will use the prosodic word template for the following equation as a shorthand. And this has been, this equation originally has been defined in Bögel's dissertation, although I have modified the meaning of the function composition defined as noted by Natural in order to suit the LrFG architecture of grammar. And we can understand this something like the minimally indexed syllable of the current syntactic node is aligned with the left prosodic word boundary, and analogously for the maximally indexed syllable and the right prosodic word boundary. And we should annotate both the V complex head and the X caret unit with this template. It leads to a structure like this. I wish I had inserted the P diagram in order to actually show what the prosodic word boundaries in this case are, but this would achieve the desired goal and produce a nested prosodic word situation I have described above. But we also have to account for the preverb and say, and they cannot attach to the N unit in this configuration, because otherwise we could have a focalized NVC that could also bear the preverb and say, which is not possible. And instead, they appear above V and linearized via the mapping function that I have described above. And this is possible if we specify their P domain and P frames like this. А я могу где-то 2 минуты взять вот вопросы? Thanks. So here we can see that say wants to be a syllable to the left of some food, and that a preverb is evidently a food. And then in its P domain, say projects a right prosodic word boundary to the right of it. And the preverb in this case wants to be to the right of a left prosodic word boundary. In the case of a simplex verb, or when building the structure for the light verb, this is how the structure looks like and how it is then linearized in order to feature the correct order of the conative marker and the preverb, which I have placed in this case in the ASP head. Notice that say's P domain only provides for a right prosodic word boundary. This is permissible under the approach to the syntax prosody interface developed in Berger's 2015 dissertation, because it does not treat prosodic boundaries as elements of an actual arboreal structure. It represents them compactly in a P diagram, and there is no some kind of tree above it, which would prohibit us to project a right prosodic word boundary without projecting a left prosodic word boundary. And so in order to satisfy the preverb's requirement for a left prosodic word boundary, after the P structure unification, the preverb and say are inverted to the left of the NVC. Because the NVC is annotated with the prosodic word template, it has a prosodic word boundary to the left of itself. I really wish I had inserted the P diagram in this example too. As a conclusion, I have laid out how analysis of complex predicates might work in LrFG, and I have mostly focused on their prosodic properties. The bullet points of the analysis are defined in points 2 and 3, and this analysis as a whole is possible due to the flexibility of prosodic structure mapping that is provided by LrFG. There are a lot of data points missing, which requires quite a lot of field work, which I hope to focus on this summer. And there is also semantics to consider. And that, I think, is all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have about 8 minutes for discussion. Please ask your questions. So,
есть в Zoom вопрос у
Будет.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I got a bunch of questions. I think the first one would be to, I think there was a data point missing. Maybe it's one of those you mentioned. What happens if you try to focalize the nonverbal parts of the complex predicate when the conative marker is present?
Yes, it is also one of the data point missings.
Yeah, and then I have a theory question. So as far as I understood, the one of the usages of the P frame is to enforce a prefix or a suffix position of a marker. And if then, what happens in this approach with multiple prefixes, or are those even possible in a setting?
First of all, thank you very much for your question. The placement of the of any affix it can not only be assured by using correct P frame, but also a depth feature, which I have not talked about. But here, for example, say is dependent to the left of the preverb, so dep LT, and a preverb is dependent to the right of whatever verbal root comes to the right of it. I hope I am using all those features in the correct way. And so dep is again also one way to enforce the placement of affixes. And as for the multiple prefixes, they're not possible in Ossetic. In Sergey's article, he remorses that due to the missing of multiple prefixivization, we cannot distinguish between the so-called internal and external prefixes. That is unfortunately not possible in Ossetic, like it is possible in Russian.
Yeah, thanks. I think.
Yeah. Okay. More questions? So, but I think that we should first ask the people in Zoom if they have any questions. Please, Ash.
Hi. Thanks. This was a really interesting talk. Fairly complicated data, and as far as I was able to follow it, a nice application of the theory. So, with respect to your answer to the last question, yes, you've interpreted our use of the dependent features correctly. As far as I can tell, the thing you've done here is to observe from Tina's work something that I think we hadn't considered before, which is that a V-structure description doesn't have to introduce balanced bracketing of its p-domain, right? Because I think for the cases that we've considered, it always made sense to just have balanced bracketing. But Tina's thesis, which you cited, permits you to have unbalanced bracketing precisely for cases of endoclysis. And so why not apply it like this? And I think this is a great application of the theory. It's not really a question. Sorry, it's hard to think of a question this early in the morning. But thanks for a nice application of LrFG.
Yes, and thank you very much for developing LrFG. It is quite an enjoyable theory to use.
So we still have time for questions. Please, Daniel, if you have any.
Could you maybe elaborate upon how do you realize the subcategorization of preverbs by the nonverbal part if they're introduced in the ASP or whatever?
Yes, thank you very much. It is something I should have mentioned and that I have put in the actual tree, but I have not verbalized it. So in LFG, a common way to account for non-local dependencies, and for the case of preverb selection, it is actually non-local dependency, is to use F structure. So the preverb is simply also a F structure attribute, which has 8 unique values corresponding to each of the types of the preverb. So that is how we can account for the fact that a focalized nonverbal component subcategorizes for the preverb, even in this configuration.
Yes, Oleg.
Yeah, I have a small remark that maybe I'm not sure that preverbs should be represented as F structure features because they are kind of very local, right? They can only either attach to the lexical verb or to the verbal complex. But on the other hand, I'm not sure, and they are very lexically dependent. They are selected by the. So I'm just wondering whether maybe you could try doing this somehow via V structure. I mean, theoretically, right? I'm not sure this will actually work, but I mean, maybe through inheriting some feature from the host at V structure and something like inflection class works in LrFG. But I mean, I don't have any specific analysis in mind. And a question is what you would do. Probably you have already thought about. I think we discussed it with you at some point. So what would you do with branching NVCs, right? Because you mentioned that we can also have branching NVCs, and apparently since you have a non-projecting word, you can't. But on the other hand, yeah, maybe I actually I don't know if they attach preverbs. I think that's also a big question whether you can attach a preverb to the branching NVC.
Yeah, thank you very much. And yes, the branching nonverbal component can only be placed inside a focalized projection, the projection for focalized constituents. But when we try to license a complex predicate where the word order is neutral, namely PV and VCLV, then we have to use this rule, which only says you can use non-branching non-verbal components.
But does this imply that they are always focused in information structure? Wouldn't that be a bit counter-fact? I mean, is like, I don't know, what kind of things? To my heart it goes. I like something. You wouldn't say that you have a predicate focus in every construction which has the verb like, right? So it's a bit strange. So we would have to say that the focus projection doesn't necessarily have a focus feature, not necessarily associated with the information structure focus, which might be true, but then you have to license it to do it in the right cases.
But I have read the footnote in your last year's article where you have mentioned that an anonymous reviewer told you that you cannot actually be sure that Jardin is actually a complex predicate. And I think we would simply have to test it whether it can attach a preverb to its left and then understand whether it is actually a complex predicate or an idiom.
Yeah, but well, it can't attach a preverb, but you can put the, for example, an interrogative before the Sartama with the heart. Right? What to your heart goes, for example. So in this sense, it seems to be positioned lower than WH. But it's a bit strange because I tried to elicit last year examples with different kinds of preverbal constituents, and it's a bit limited. So you can say what to your heart goes, but you can't say nothing to my heart goes. You have to say to my heart nothing goes. So it's a bit complicated.
Can you say something like No,
that doesn't work. You can't attach the preverb.
Then I don't think it's a
but then you have to explain why it can be so low in the tree. How can it be below the WH, the interrogative?
Yes, I think that for a full analysis, we would also have to consider.
Yeah, that's a problem which I've been thinking about for some time, but I don't have any solution. That's why I made it the first projection, the NVC, because you have branching ones which appear lower than the WH. That's why but maybe there is some other solution, because you see it's quite limited. There's only WH, only C. Maybe you see this what it's monosyllabic, it's a proclitic, so maybe there is some prosodic solution to this. You have to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I remember that we have discussed this sometime.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So unfortunately, our time is up. So I propose to thank our first speaker and pass on to the next talk by Dr. No, by Anna Osipova. So the title of the talk is Tatyshly Udmurt possessive noun phrases and LFG approach.
Can you see it? Yeah. So I hope you can see my screen now. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, or I should make it bigger. Control. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So we can finally start. So I will go. I will talk about Tatyshly Udmurt possessive noun phrases, and the talk will be done in the standard LFG approach. So yeah, sorry. Yeah. So I will start from the general information about the dialect and the data. So I will talk about the Tatyshly dialect and shortly Tatyshly Udmurt. It is the dialect of the standard Udmurt language, which is Permic and Uralic, and it is spoken in Bashkortostan, Russia. Yeah, so I will use my own field data, which I collected by elicitation, and also I will make use of relevant works of some other participants of our field project. And also I will use the Tatyshly Udmurt corpus. So now let me give the outline of my talk. So basically its aim is to formalize the structure of Tatyshly Udmurt possessive noun phrases in LFGs, and I will especially focus on the following. So first, I will talk about obligatory versus optional presence of the possessive marker. Secondly, about possessor case variation, and thirdly, about some relevant binding phenomena. So now let us start from the general information on Tatyshly Udmurt possessives and basically core possessive relations such as ownership, like Masha's dog, kinship, like Masha's brother, part whole, like the roof of the house, and body part, like Masha's hand. So all these semantic relations are in Udmurt, basically, and as well as in Tatyshly Udmurt, they are encoded by the double marking construction, as you can see in the example 1. So here the possessor bears the genitive case marker, or it may be the ablative, but we will talk about it later. So, and the possessum is marked with the possessive suffix. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, this this possessive suffix agrees with the possessor in person and number, and with the possessum in number, and you will see it in the table 1 below. But first I will say that the pronominal case marked possessor may be omitted. So in this case, the possessor is only encoded by the possessive suffix. So we can see the head marking construction. We will talk about it later. So yeah, this is the paradigm of possessive suffixes. And I should note here that it is actually fully true only for a half of the cases. So the cases are listed here above of the table, whereas nouns in the direct object position bear the cumulative accusative plus possessive suffix, and the rest of case markers slightly affect the form of the possessive suffixes. So you will see some different affixes in the examples, and you should not be afraid, because I think that these processes are purely morphological and they seem to be actually insignificant for the present analysis. So yeah, now we can start observing the peculiarities of Tatyshly Udmurt possessive constructions, and we will start from the question whether case-marked possessors actually modify the noun, because it's kind of not so obvious given the facts here. So let us start from the fact that Tatyshly Udmurt case-marked possessors cannot be placed after any other noun phrase modifier in the vast majority of E-dialects. So as you can see in the example 2, when the numeral precedes the possessor, it leads to the wrong interpretation of the whole example. So basically, it is you can see it in the second line in the translation. So when the numeral precedes the possessor, the interpretation is the sisters of two dashes instead of two sisters of dasha. And it is also the case with adjectives. So they are only interpreted as the modifiers of the possessor when they precede it. And demonstratives and quantifiers also show strong preference to be placed after the possessor, as you can see also in the example 2 with the demonstrative ta, which is not fully grammatical when it precedes the possessor. Yeah, and the second fact is that case-marked possessors also seem to be freely separated from the possessum by some other clause material. So in 3, you can see that possessor is separated from the possessum by predicate and locative adjunct. Once again, some problems. Yeah. Given that, one may conclude that Tatyshly Udmurt possessors actually don't form a single constituent with their possessums and should be treated as some verb adjuncts. For example, as it is assumed for dative possessors in Ossetic, in the work of Natalia Sidobolskaya and Oleg Belyaev. But in fact, I think that there is rather a special construction with an extraposed possessor in Tatyshly Udmurt, and the distribution of this construction is actually limited. So you have seen that it is possible to extrapose the possessor when the possessum is the subject, as in 3, or it also may be the direct object, as in 4. So the possessor here is also extraposed. It is basically outside the possessive phrase. Yeah. And but a possessor that modifies an indirect object cannot be extraposed, as you can see in 5. But the example is fully grammatical when the possessor is adjacent to the last modifier of the noun. Yeah, and it is also possible for Tatyshly Udmurt possessors to occur in coordinating constructions, as in 6. So if we assume that possessors are close level adjuncts, actually we would need some unobvious speculations to explain the structure of 6. Yeah, and by contrast, it's possible to conjoin 2 possessums, one having the extraposed possessor and the other having the non-extraposed one, as in example 7. So basically, I conclude that they are separate constructions, and actually, in general, Tatyshly Udmurt possessors are noun modifiers. However, they tend to occupy the leftmost position in relation to the other modifiers. And when the possessor is extraposed, here we can see the separate construction. And now let us turn to the second part of the double marking constructions, namely to the possessive suffixes. And the question here whether they are obligatory or optional. So in the presence of a case mark nominal possessor, the possessive suffix on the head noun cannot be omitted. And it is the case regardless of the semantics of the construction or its syntactic position. So you can see here in example 8 that we cannot omit the possessor. And it is also the case with the second and third person pronominal possessors, as in 9. Here you can see the second person pronominal as a possessor. Yeah. But the first person possessors in Tatyshly Udmurt always do allow omitting of the possessive suffix, as in 10. Actually, speakers tend to omit these affixes, but the configuration where you can see this affix is also fully grammatical. And I note here that according to some typological data, it is common for possessors which refer to speech act participants to receive the special marking. So yeah, it is also the case in Tatyshly Udmurt. So yes. Now we can turn to another peculiarity, the possessor case variation. And in traditional Udmurt grammars, the possessor case variation is said to be conditioned by the grammatical function of the head noun. So if the head is a direct object, the possessor that modifies this noun receives the ablative case, as in 12. So dasha lesh, dasha ablative. Yeah, and otherwise, so in all the other cases, the genitive is used for marking the possessor, as in 11, for example. Yeah, so we have discussed so far all the relevant peculiarities which we need for our analysis. And now let us turn to discussing the constituent structure, actually. And the main question is here whether Tatyshly Udmurt possessives should be treated as NPs or DPs. So here I follow, sorry. Here I follow the approach used in the work of Lutko and Perilzweig, 2015. according to which some language-specific configurations that are sensitive to the groups of a different structural size may be treated as the evidence for postulating the DP lawyer. So we can show that Tatyshly Udmurt possessives don't pattern with the so-called ordinary noun phrases in some cases, and the first case will be connected with the phenomenon of differential object marking in Udmurt. So I'm pretty sure that everyone knows about that, but basically, just in case, I will say that this phenomenon is about the situation when in language we have in language nouns can be marked in a direct object position or unmarked, depending on some internal features of these nouns like animacy or specificity. And this is basically the case in Tatyshly Udmurt. According to the work of Anastasia Krukova, the main factors that condition the distribution of differential object marking here are animacy and referentiality. However, pronouns and personal names are always marked in direct object position. So you can see that in 14. So here you cannot omit the accusative marker with the personal name in the direct object position. And likewise, possessives are also ungrammatical when unmarked in direct object position. So here you cannot use the head noun, so the possessum, without any accusative marker. And the second fact is about attributivizers. So about the suffixes that mark that a noun phrase serves as an attribute of another noun. These suffixes seem to be also sensitive to the structure of the phrase to which they are attached. So we will discuss the proprietary attributivizer O. Basically, it denotes the ownership of some property, for example, like the girl with black hair. So black hair is a property. And this attributivizer can be attached to NPs, which include adjectives, numerals, and even demonstrative pronouns as modifiers, as you can see in 16. So here the group which includes demonstrative turns into the attribute with the help of this affix O. Yeah, and this construction is fully grammatical, but when we try to put the possessor inside such a group, inside the group marked with this proprietary affix, the example turns out to be ungrammatical. So you can see that in 17. And given that, I suppose that the obligatoriness of object marking and impossibility to be attributivized are a characteristic of DPs. Thus, Tatyshly Udmurt possessives with double marking are DPs, basically. And now let us turn to the configuration when a case-marked possessor is omitted. So you can see it once again in 18. Yeah. In this case, the restrictions discussed above still hold. So the noun with the possessive suffix cannot be unmarked in direct object position as in 19. And it cannot bear the appropriate affix as in 20. So therefore, the phrase of the possessum without a case-marked modifier is not a plain NP itself. Thus, I propose the following structure for Tatyshly Udmurt possessives. It seems to me that it's pretty widely used, and it is actually common. Yeah, it is cool that we proved that in Tatyshly Udmurt it is also relevant for the data. So now let us turn to the discussion of the functional structure. So given the structure in 21, I propose the following rule for possessive DPs. So it's actually pretty simple. Here, here the possessor DP is put in parentheses because we know that actually it can be omitted if the possessor is a pronoun. And yeah, as it is widely used in LrFG, it is mapped on to the fee structure labeled POS, and it is also annotated with the template pcase. And I will talk about this a bit later. Yeah, so basically I think that it is kind of simple, and we can move further. So as we can see there in this rule, we have no place to put the information about possessive suffixes, because actually they are bound material, and in the standard LFG we cannot put them in syntax. So, but we can map the notions contributed by the suffixes into the his structure in the same way, actually, as we do with independent words. So based on the analysis in Toivonen and in the works of Toivonen and Strang, I proposed the structure notations for possessive suffixes of the following form. So you can see that in 23. And I illustrated on the example of the possessive suffix yes. Yeah, so now we can look at the first line here. It's basically about the configuration when a case-marked possessor is omitted. So in this case, only the possessive suffix contributes the information about the possessor, and this is not novel idea. We can propose that possessive suffixes have an optional post-spread feature with the value pro, which is present when a case-marked possessor is omitted. So, yeah, sorry, it is pretty hard to use this computer. Можно? I can use. Okay. Да. Okay. Yeah. So when this post-spread feature is absent, that makes a possessive suffix merely an agreement marker. Yeah, and the next three annotations model agreement with the possessor in person number and with the possessum in number. Yeah, and now we can turn to the obligatoriness versus optionality of a possessive suffix in presence of a case-marked possessor. So it's only optional when the possessor is a first-person pronoun, as in 25. So to capture this, actually, I'm grateful to Belyaev for this idea. It's not written, but it's written in my heart. To capture this, I propose that all forms of nouns that don't have a possessive suffix in their morphological structure, that noun forms are annotated in the lexicon with the following constraint, as in 26. So basically, it says that these noun forms are forced to have no possessor at all, or its possessor must be, or the possessors must be only the first person pronouns. Now we can turn to possessor case variation. And first, I should note that it seems that marked and unmarked direct objects in Tatyshly Udmurt are structurally different. For instance, it's impossible for a group containing a demonstrative pronoun, a quantifier, or a case-marked possessor to be unmarked. As in 27, the example includes the demonstrative pronoun. And we cannot omit the accusative markers. Sorry for the first star. It's actually a mistake. Yeah. And also recall that personal names, pronouns, and possessive DPs are always marked in the direct object position. And thus, I assume that the accusative marking simply reflects the differences in structural size. And as possessives are always DPs, I find it convenient to associate the possessor case variation directly with the case features of head nouns. So we can finally talk about the template P case. So it is the abbreviation of the following rule. As in 28, it is pretty simple. So it says just when the head noun is marked with the accusative, the case of the possessor must be ablative, and it is genitive otherwise. So I also recall that it is included into the annotations of DPs denoting possessors. Yeah. And now I also provide the illustrations for the issues discussed so far. So the example 30 with the constituent structure and functional structure annotations. I should note that the structure in 31 is kind of sketchy, and I didn't know much about clause structure. Actually, it is provided here only for illustrative purposes, so we can concentrate on the DP pos basically. So the structure is kind of simple, and the P structure is also kind of simple, but it may be useful for observing some binding phenomena. So we'll talk about them now. And the problem here is that the case-marked possessor and the possessive suffix, which is used in absence of the case-marked possessor, show different behavior with respect to binding. And we will start from observing case-marked nominal possessors. And in fact, the first fact is that a case-marked nominal possessor cannot serve as an antecedent of an anaphoric pronoun. So here in 33, the anaphor cannot be co-indexed with the possessor, and the same is true for the case-marked possessor co-indexed with the pronominal. So here in example 34, the pronominal co-indexed with the possessor is ungrammatical. Yeah, recall that LrFG assumes that binding conditions are based on the notion of phi command, which is like C command, but stated on phi structure. And for 43, everything is kind of simple. So the phi structure of a case-marked possessor pos is embedded into the phi structure of subj. Thus, it doesn't phi command the co-indexed anaphor, and it leads to ungrammaticality, pretty simple. But you would expect the example for 34 to be grammatical, as the pronominal there is not commanded by the possessor, but it's in fact not true. However, what we can say about that it can be assumed that this binding restriction is actually specific for the pronominal. So in this case, the lexical annotation of this pronominal will include the rule which will constrain its co-indexing. Oh, sorry, sorry again. It's co-indexing with not only with the phi commanding subject, but also with the element embedded into this phi commanding subject. And the similar rule was proposed, for example, for Chinese anaphors. And now let us turn to case-marked pronominal possessors. So the case here is the anaphoric pronoun used as a possessor can be bound, but not only by a phi commanding subject, as in 35, but also by a phi commanding object, as in the example 36. And the pronominal in the same position as in 36 actually is ungrammatical when co-indexed with an object. So it seems to us that object actually phi commands the material included into subj. And given these examples, we can conclude that Tatyshly Udmurt pronoun possessors can be bound by any phi commanding material, regardless of the grammatical function hierarchy given in 38, but it is not actually the case. Rather, only the core arguments, subjects or objects. Unfortunately, I have no data about object status, so about indirect objects. They can serve as antecedents for a possessive anaphor, unlike, for example, obl status, so some adjuncts of a predicate. You can see that in 39 that the co-indexing with the noun inside the locative postpositional phrase is banned. So yeah, the facts are like that. And now we can turn finally to the possessive suffixes. It was already shown that they are used, that they are they kind of have properties of reflexive anaphoric pronouns when used in the absence of a case-marked possessor. So they must be bound within a clause, within a clause. So but the potential binder may be not a core argument, but the co-indexing with obj data and oblique data is also allowed. It is the example is 41. So you can see that the antecedent is the indirect object here, and in 42, the antecedent is inside the postpositional phrase, actually. And however, it's possible to find the examples that show third-person singular, third-person, basically possessive suffixes taken discourse antecedents. So as in 43, the pre-context is about the man who had a great apple harvest, and we see the possessive suffixes referring to this, to the subject of the preceded of the sentence that precedes this sentence in 43, which is kind of strange. What we can say about that? It's well known that possessive markers may serve as possessive antecedents. Yeah, maybe. I will talk about it kind of fast, in a fast way. So possessive markers may be possessive reflexives, and they, in some languages, are also able to take antecedent from the discourse. But I suppose that in Tatyshly Udmurt, the nature of this effect may be different. So basically, in relic languages, possessive suffixes may develop many additional meanings outside the domain of possession. Which is also the case for Tatyshly Udmurt. Their possessive suffixes may also be used in contexts involving bridging or associative anaphora, as in 44. So the proposal here is that third-person possessive suffixes used in the true possessive sense are standard anaphoric pronouns, which have to be bound, whereas the context with possessive markers taken discourse antecedents are connected with the other meanings of these markers, and the generalizations about them should be made within some discourse model of grammar. And therefore, I add some information about the anaphoric uses of these of third-person possessive suffixes into their lexical descriptions. So you can see that here. So the new things here are the second line. So you can tell that the type of the possessive pronoun is reflexive, and in the third line, there is a rule, actually it is common for LrFG, that tells us that the potential binder must only comment the fee structure of the possessor. And yeah, maybe it's almost, it's already the time for me to answer the questions, and I will be pleased to do that.
Yeah, thank you. So we have 13 minutes for questions. Please ask them. Alek? Sure.
Thank you very much. I don't remember if I mentioned it before, but exactly the same pattern as for Tatyshly, where possessive reflexives can be bound by any core argument, has been described for Archie by Kibrik. So apparently this seems to be, actually I think in Ossetic the same applies to these proclitics. So apparently this seems to be a cross-linguistically widespread phenomenon, but I'm not sure if, I guess, I mean, there's some sort of a tendency for this, but I don't know how to really to explain it.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I found the data about Archie, but didn't include any reference. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Daniel?
Yeah, I have a suggestion that I have not mentioned when we discussed your work at our seminar, but I have looked at the C structure rule that you posted for the DP, and well, it looks a bit like something that doesn't respect X bar theory, but I know you mentioned that you don't want to to put those bound elements into syntax, but if we suppose that they do participate in syntactic processes, then the structure of the DP actually looks analogous to the structure of the DP that was devised for English, but with respect to the fact that Tatyshly Udmurt is a head final language.
Yeah.
So maybe if you don't want, for example, to formalize in a realizational framework like LrFG, you could look to another realizational framework, which is PFM, so which has been previously used to model morphology. So maybe that would suit your needs better.
Thanks. I will think about it. Yeah.
So another question by Oleg.
To ask Daniel why you think this violates X-bar theory. Is it a specifier of DP, isn't it? Why is it a violation of X-bar theory? Why not?
Yes, but the D-bar is a single morphological word, and I don't really understand what the roof here under D-bar stands for. So it doesn't seem like a D-bar.
Actually, I noticed it, but yeah.
Yeah, I see your point. So basically, the point is that you will never have anything in the D head in this analysis, right? You will only have D bar, then directly to NP, and then, but it's not actually. I mean, it's not a problem for X-bar theory. It's a problem for redundancy in the syntax. But on the other hand, yeah, I mean, I think the question is whether these possessives can be a group, can have scope over coordination, for example, or something like this. And the same question about case markers, by the way.
Oh, they cannot be cool.
And these possessors neither. So you can't say they are syntactic,
Yeah.
negative. But yeah, but in any case, I think you can try. I mean, in LrFG, it of course won't be a problem, but then you will. But in any case, yeah, even in LrFG, I think it would be a problem because you will have to constrain that you cannot coordinate stuff under the possessive suffix, even though you can apparently coordinate. I don't know. Adjective plus noun combinations, but maybe you can say you can coordinate only D bar. But, I mean, it's a bit strange to say you can coordinate only D bar and not NPs, for example. But I mean, I agree with Daniel that you have to look in more detail in the structure below D bar. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. And now we have a question in Zoom. Stepa Mikhailov, please.
Thank you. I hope my connection will be okay. First of all, thank you for an awesome talk, and howdy from another field trip in a Uralic language. So I wonder about the same stuff that Oleg and Danya were asking about. For instance, what happens in DPs that are not possessive? You will have to assume a DP there as well in case it's case marked, right? So I think it's important to think about what your analysis commits you to in terms of the Udmurt noun phrase structure. And I had a question which might be due to my poor acquaintance with LFG about the rule you had for the possessive suffix. If you could go where you have the feature, the features for the possessive suffix. The rule that gives you a post-pred just in case you don't have an overt possessor. I wonder if there are some locality constraints that we must respect, and what happens here if we think about this in this way. I realize that your analysis is not does not treat morphological structure, so maybe the possessive suffix is not a separate head in the tree for you. But yeah, so my question is, are there some locality constraints that a rule such as this must respect? Because it seems to me to be a bit maybe risky, or I don't know. Thank you.
Actually, such constraints that don't come to my mind now. Maybe you can exemplify your statement. for me. But
Yeah, so the stuff I'm thinking about is that, well, in many cases where we see that like feature content or the semantics or the like phonological form of an element depends on its context, it must be extremely local. And I think we see this all over the place. So, and here you have that the F structure is dependent on its context, right? Whether you have an avert possessor.
Yeah.
Because certainly you don't want to have that across like several embedded F structures or across the whole tree. Yeah, so I wonder if there is anything of this sort, or it's just fine and standard LFG technology. Yeah.
Maybe it's actually standard LFG technology. Yeah. It's kind of hard to dwell into this question for me now, but maybe I will think about it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so another question in Zoom by Ash, please. Please unmute your microphone.
Sorry, can you? Yeah. Okay, so I was just going to offer to help. This is very local because what this is saying is there's a relation between this thing and the possessum, or sorry, the possessor. And so that is then mutually constrained by your C structure rule, Anna, if you show it.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be this thing on the left. So it's absolutely local. You can't spread in the way you said unless you have many such relations, which of course you can with the right morphosyntax.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this explanation.
So we have about 4 minutes for questions. Are there any? So maybe in Zoom. So we have no questions left.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a
So
lot.
now I think we can finish our talk and maybe pass on to the to the next one, little by little. So
Yeah, just let me, since we have a couple of minutes, I will put the right file to the flash because I apparently copied the wrong file, the old version of the handout. So just a moment.
there are people that do not have.
Mhm. Mm. Ага. Окей. Нет, сейчас выложу. Сейчас выложу, да, в чат. Okay, let me put the handout in the chat. Can you hear me now? Is it fine?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, here we go. So the handout is online. Let me just now try to make it. Thanks. Yeah. Actually, when we started organizing the conference, we offered people the option of either. Yeah, you see now it doesn't skip to the next slide. So we offered people the option of either having 1 hour or 45 minutes, and I chose 1 hour, but then I decided that would be, I mean, I'm not sure I will actually take up 1 hour, so we'll just have a longer coffee break in this case, because I wanted to include like 3 different phenomena, but then I thought that 1 is enough, really, and even this one is a bit problematic, so I'm looking forward for your feedback. So basically, this is also in LrFG, and yeah, no, please program it for 1 hour, for 40 minutes the talk and 20 minutes discussion. But if I'm finished earlier, we will just have a longer coffee break. But because I'm usually very talking for too much, but I hope that maybe. So I mean, don't put your hopes too high that we'll have a longer coffee break, but I'll try to be as brief as possible. So, okay, so this is also about LrFG, but here, since kind of in a certain sense, it's a bit opposite to what Daniel had in his talk, because he discussed a lot of prosodic constraints and V-structure constraints. Here I will be mostly focused on more simpler, on spanning, on how spanning works in LrFG. So Daniel has already introduced the basics of LrFG, so I will not be spending my time. Basically, it's a hybrid of LFG and DM, which puts the morphology into the interfaces, so to speak. And what I'm going to be talking about is related to the work that I've been doing for quite some time, which is trying to understand how paradigm structure of case marking influences the way they can behave in various syntactic contexts, mainly in coordination and in phrasal affixation. Because as we know, there is this traditional terminology about case markers and positions, and there is the assumption that case markers kind of are local in their scope. They appear somewhere at the head level, and they cannot therefore they cannot they're not supposed to be syntactically active and, for example, scope over coordinate phrases, whereas at positions or clitics are somehow more independent. But in practice, we can, if we look at the typological data, we can see that it is a complete mess. So we find so-called cases, which like in Turkish and actually I think in all other Altaic languages, which can freely scope over coordination. And on the other hand, we find so-called postpositions, prepositions, clitics, which have to be repeated, or at least there is a strong tendency to repeat the position on each conjunct. So it kind of, in a certain sense, such positions, they are more local, I mean, in terms of their syntactic behavior than those so-called case affixes. And in these 2 papers, which are still part of ongoing work, I tried to propose a typological generalization that shows that what the status of the case marker in such the possibility of scoping the case marker over a coordinate structure is dependent on the paradigm structure of the case. So if it's, roughly speaking, agglutinating, so there are no portmanteaus, there are no inflection classes, so it's completely the same form in all the paradigm, and it's separately encoded from the number, for example, and so on. Then it can have group affixation regardless of how you call it, k-affix, clitic, whatever. If it has certain complexities in the paradigm, then normally this group affixation is blocked. And in this 2021 talk, which I made in the LFG conference, I tried to claim that this kind of supports the distinction between morphology and syntax in traditional sense, because you can say that all this complex stuff is the morphology, right? And the simple stuff is the syntax. So in this sense, Turkish will have cases, we'll have postpositions, basically. Maybe they're fused, maybe they're prosodically kind of dependent, but they're still syntactically active. They occupy separate heads, whereas languages, which maybe even are described as having postpositions, might in turn out to have cases, because they will, of these complexities in the paradigm, they make morphology trapped in the noun, in the local domain. But the problem with this approach is that it's not flexible enough. And we find phenomena which I will illustrate during this talk, where it seems that within the same case or flagging system, we find in some slots, we find the possibility of group affixation, and in some other slots, this possibility becomes blocked due to the appearance of portmanteaus. And in this respect, I believe that it is much more fruitful to use an approach like LrFG to kind of at least not make any direct assumptions about like two levels, morphology and syntax, and try to see where we get which constraints we can get away with while taking the diversity for granted, trying to really see, take the simplest possible, the most permissive assumption that everything is in the syntax, and then we'll see what constraints there are in the syntax which actually limit where the cases are exponed. So here I will look at three different cases of a phenomena, which here I call kind of group freezing or trapping of group exponents. And one example is illustrated from French, which is described by Bonamy and Tseng. I will discuss it in more detail in the end of the talk, but here I will just start by mentioning that in French, as some of you may know, there are fused forms of prepositions de and a. De is the genitive or ablative preposition. A is the dative or lative locative. And these forms, they have kind of independent forms, separate forms in the feminine singular and in the masculine singular, and in the plural, the forms of the article and the preposition are fused. And it turns out that the spanning, the scope possibilities of this phenomena are different, depending on whether the portmanteau form or the simple form is used. So, for example, according to Bonamy and Tseng, you can coordinate two DPs under one preposition if the D and P are separate kind of elements, let's say separate words. So you can say de la mère et la fille. That's maybe, okay, so he says that it's better to say de la mère et de la fille, so it's better to repeat the preposition, but at least you can say 3a, it's not ungrammatical. But as Bonamy and Tseng show, and other work as well has demonstrated it, you cannot say du père et la fille. So of the father, you have to repeat, you have to say du père et de la fille. And so apparently the fact that you get a portmanteau form, so as soon as you get the portmanteau, it immediately becomes local scoped. It becomes like a case marker. It no longer is able to scope over the coordinate structure. And it turns out that this phenomenon is quite recurrent. And I will show that in Ossetic and Basque, we find exactly the same pattern. I mean, according to my analysis, we find exactly the same pattern. And I propose a rather strong, admittedly, a rather strong constraint on spanning. So in LrFG, we will see how spanning works in specific examples. So I will not describe it separately because we will see how it works. But as a rule, I suggest that, so basically spanning means that one vocabulary item realizes two heads simultaneously. And this spanning, that might occur because of how this item is defined in the vocabulary. Like, for example, French du. French du is stored as a whole complex in the vocabulary, and it simultaneously spans across D and P heads. And another case of spanning, which we will see shortly, is called Pac-Man spanning in LrFG, and it means that some form which is simply has no specialized exponent for some feature eats up the adjacent node. So you get spanning because there is no separate exponent for, let's say, for the case marker, and that's why the unmarked form also spans over this case marker. We will see how it works for Ossetic, so it will be clearer. And I suggest a very strong hypothesis. Maybe it's too strong, so we will see. Maybe your comments will show that I'm actually trying to propose a too strong constraint. So I suggest that all C structure nodes involved in a span must map to the same F structure. So you cannot have a span whose corresponding C structure nodes map to different F structures. So they all have to, and as soon as you get a coordinate structure, you get a set, and this means that the higher scoping element maps to a set, whereas the lower scoping element maps to just the member of the set, and this creates a violation. But we'll see what in this example how this works. And I'll start from not from So this is an attempt to formalize this as a kind of general concept. For each vocabulary item, there is an F structure such that every C structure node that is part of the inverse projection of this vocabulary item maps to this F structure. There's just one F structure, or at least there is a single F structure to which all of them map. I mean, I'm not insisting on this formulation. Maybe it has to be specified in the future. But I will now show you the data, which I think motivates this analysis. So we'll start with Ossetic, which I have been treating quite extensively for some time now, and my previous analysis, which maybe LFG people are familiar with, and those who attended the Ossetic course at MSU also. I have probably bugged you too much about this Ossetic suspended affixation. So Ossetic, basically, it has a case paradigm which is traditionally described as a case paradigm, but which can be suspended, which can have phrasal scope. And I have previously analyzed Ossetic in terms of LFG, vanilla LFG with lexical sharing. So I assume that you have the Ossetic case marked nouns. They instantiate the noun head and the case head, which occurs higher in the tree, and this explains why the case marker can have wide scope. And here I will propose an adaptation of this approach in LrFG. So let's first look at the paradigms, because it's important to see the structure of the paradigm. And Ossetic is peculiar among Iranian languages in having an extensive case system, not just 2 cases or 0 cases as most Iranian languages do, but a bunch of them, actually 9. Here it's just a fragment of the paradigm. And you can see that it's pretty agglutinating. So you have the same, in the singular you have a certain case marker, in the plural you have the t, which is the plural marker, and you have the same case marker in the after this plural marker. So all in all, it's quite similar to what we find, for example, in the Altaic languages, with the exception of pronouns, which preserve some features of older Iranian languages. For example, well, not for example, but for the personal pronouns, and we will especially focus on the singular ones. You see that there is a system of suppletive stems. So the nominative and genitive, they are suppletive. Genitive has no nominal, so it does not attach this nominal genitive marker. It's just suppletive form, which has the form man, and this genitive form is used as the base stem for all the other cases. So you don't use the nominative is edge, for example. I is only used for the nominative, and the rest of the cases they just take the genitive man and they attach this to this man all the rest of the case inflection. So ablative will be man ma. Inessive, well, there's no inessive for semantic reasons, but let's say the commutative is manima with me and so on. Right, so the same happens with you singular, and there is a third type of elements which shows an even more complex organization of the paradigm. These are the demonstratives and reflexives, which in the singular, I mean the demonstratives, have some irregular stems in the dative and ablative and inessive, right? So and even the elative and superassive, you can see that, for example, the distal that will have will. And here we have woman, this M suddenly appears. There is no regular M infixation, M epenthesis in Ossetic. So here we just have this as a idiosyncratic stem feature. So we could have said that Ossetic cases are just, enclitics or something, but this works for nouns, but it doesn't work that well for pronouns, because pronouns have these peculiarities of inflection. And it turns out that the structure of the paradigm influences the way in which these guys can be suspended. These guys can have phrasal affixation. So with nouns, it's pretty straightforward. Normally, if you have a coordination of 2 nouns or 2 noun phrases, you just put the case on the last conjunct. Well, you can put it on both. It's not banned. But the normal way of coordinating stuff is to just put the case on the last one. So Zauram Alanan means to Zaur and Alan. So the dative only appears on the last conjunct, and the first, actually the non-final conjuncts, if they are nouns, they appear in the so-called nominative, or shall we say unmarked form. And it's important to say that even though the plural is also agglutinating in its structure, it's just well, I mean, there are some morphological peculiarities, like there's sometimes gemination involved and so on, but in general, it's pretty much always T. Nevertheless, you cannot scope plural over, unlike Turkish, for example, where, as far as I know, you can use ler, or in other Turkic languages. There are people here who know more about Turkic than I do, but apparently you can also scope the plural. So you can say brother and sisters, and that means brothers and sisters. And in Ossetic, you can't do that. So 6 can only be interpreted as brother, a brother and sisters. So you cannot have a wide scope of the plural. So it only applies to case. And more broadly in Ossetic, no other inflection apart from case can have wide scope. So the verbal affixes cannot, for example, have it. So it only works for case. But with personal pronoun, the situation is different. So recall that with personal pronouns, you have the genitive, which is ablative, and then all the other forms are used in the genitive. So the question is, what happens if you coordinate a personal pronoun with a noun? And it turns out that it is the genitive form which surfaces in this case. So you had to me and zaur is menem ezhauren. It's not ezhema. You can't say, I mean, at least in modern Ossetic, I know that there are some corpus examples and some literature which says that you can say ezhem ezhauren, and it's a bit puzzling to me why this occurs, but at least all native speakers that I know of and all the modern texts that I know of invariably only allow men. So you can say me and to zaur. So the first conjunct kind of stands in the genitive form, right? Because the genitive form serves as the stem, and just so you don't think, because you might assume that perhaps this is some sort of a government by the conjunction, or perhaps some sort of a non-canonical, some sort of emphatic verb for pronoun form. You cannot invert the order. You cannot say to zaur and jauren am a man. So 7b is ungrammatical. You can only use this configuration if the case affix appears on the last conjunct. So it's only occurs in suspended affixation. And similarly, of course, you can also scope the case marker which occurs on the pronoun at the end of the noun phrase over a noun. So in 8 is also okay. Shamir MMNN means to Shamir and me, right? So that's fine. But only the pronouns get the genitive surface precisely because it's the oblique stem. And what's also interesting is that those guys which I just described as the third type of the paradigm, the flexives and demonstratives, they also can occur in the non-final conjunct position in their so-called genitive form, or the unmarked form. So even though the stem for the ablative is his, look at the paradigm here, the ablative has he say, but when you coordinate the reflexive with the noun, like except for themselves and God, in the ablative, the first conjunct is he, it's not his, right? Because his doesn't exist as a form in the paradigm, it's only he. And so that's actually one of my arguments against an ellipsis account, because you don't really, the thing which is reconstructed in the first conjunct is not the bare stem for the case marker, right? So we have these 3 different configurations. The first one is just bare stem, second one is genitive stem, and the third one is bare stem, which is not equivalent to the morphological or segmental stem on which the ablative, for example, in this case is based. And here in the next section, I just adapt my previous analysis in terms of lexical sharing in LrFG, and I would like this opportunity to discuss why I believe that LrFG is more appropriate for this, because lexical sharing, basically what is lexical sharing? I don't have this in this handout, but lexical sharing is a mechanism which allows you to have one word mapped to 2 different pre-terminal nodes. So like if you have the portmanteau form, like French du, you say that du maps to the determiner and preposition. It's one word, but it maps to 2 nodes in the tree. And for Ossetic, basically what I did for this analysis to capture the group affixation, I said that all case-marked forms in Ossetic involve lexical sharing. So you have the form jauren, which is completely agglutinating, and nevertheless, you have to have, it comes into the syntax as a fully formed form, and then it is split into 2 different heads. So the information associated with case is found at the K node. The information associated with the stem is found on the N node. And that's a bit problematic, as I mentioned in this paper, which is in this modular architecture of grammar book, the fast shift to Mary Dalrymple. And I mentioned that the problem with the lexical sharing approach is that there is no way to represent the contribution of the affix in the syntax. So it just happens to be, for example, the form jauren just happens to have the case affix, but there is nothing in the syntax which says that it is the case affix which contributes the dative feature. You just have the case node, which is disembodied and connected to the whole word. And I think that's a problem, because even in Ossetic and cross-linguistically as well, you only find such spanning, such group phrasal scoping when the affix is segmental. You don't find it with, let's say, 0 marked morphs. As we will see below, you don't find this scoping with, I don't know, case marking introduced by stem alternation. You only find it with segmental nodes, so it's better to have it in the syntax. And actually, I believe that it's not such a big deal, because we just saw in endless talk, for example, that traditional LFG has sublexical nodes. So you can say that something, you can describe functional information associated with the D node, for example, with the possessor, right, with the possessive enclitic. And this has existed in LFG, but it's been a bit limited because you only have this rule for N, which just splits it into several morphemes. And here in LrFG, we have a more developed way of talking about morphology. But okay, anyway, so as Ash and Dan Siddiqui put it in their handbook article, it's like looking at words with a microscope, right? So we have the same syntactic structure, but we're just looking to words using a microscope. So what's the problem with this? Okay, so this is my analysis of Ossetic case inflection. So basically for the nouns, it's pretty straightforward. So the lexical entry is basically the root realizes the predicate, the number morpheme realizes the plural, the case morph of the dative realizes the dative feature, and of course the conjunction realizes the conjunction feature on the coordinator. And since the case node by the C structure rules is introduced higher, it can scope over the whole phrase, and via being a distributive feature, it can distribute into two conjuncts. So this is basically the same as I did in the previous analysis. The difference is that here each affix, the contribution of each affix is represented in the C structure to V structure mapping, and not just somewhere in the morphology, which we can't see and which requires some additional machinery, rather complex machinery to make it work. So with personal and number is introduced much lower. It's I assume here for the expository purposes that it's an adjunction, head adjunction, so it's below N0, and that's why you can't coordinate under number, because, well, you do have head coordination sometimes, but it usually has different semantics, like, you know, linguist and philosopher, or which is one person who is both a linguist and a philosopher. So probably this has to be treated by a separate rule. And normal coordination rule, they only target XPs. That's why you can't really coordinate, or full projection. So that's why you can't coordinate below N0. So for personal pronouns, the situation, again, I adopt the older analysis. So for the EJ, for the nominative forms, I assume that they're fully defined for all case features. So they're actually marked nominatives, and that's why you can't use them in suspended fixation, because as you see in this rule, EJ is a nominative form, and that's why you cannot say EJ amajaur into I and zaur, because that will create a feature violation. And man, on the other hand, is treated as an unmarked form. It's not a genitive. It's a form which is just a bare stem. And it becomes a genitive due to Pacman spanning, because there is no, the genitive affix U is only restricted to nouns. And the pronoun, it doesn't have the option to attach this genitive suffix, so there is no exponent for the genitive feature. And that's why, due to this phenomenon, to this mechanism, Pacman spanning, man just kind of eats up the adjacent node. Man spans over not only the content on which it is lexically defined to span, but also over the adjacent case node. And that's why you can use the genitive, the unmarked form, as the genitive. It's the standard Paninian analysis. So this is basically LrFG's Pacman spanning is, sorry if I'm maybe being a bit too broad in my formulations, but basically we can say that Pacman spanning is LrFG's a variant of Panini's principle, or the subset principle, which is used in distributed morphology. It's just a kind of a different manifestation, a more maybe direct structural manifestation of the same principle. And if you have a coordinating structure, of course, since the case marker, for example, here is indeed introduced by the separate morpheme, which is available for both nouns and pronouns. And in the first conjunct, you just have the N0, which is just, so man only instantiates its lexically defined nodes, and that's why you don't have this conflict, because it's not a genitive form, right? It's an unmarked form, which fulfills the genitive option due to the lack of the genitive affix for pronouns. For demonstratives, it's a bit of a different story, because demonstratives, as you remember, they have a rather complex structure. They have irregular stem formation, and importantly, these stems on which the demonstratives are based, they are not syntactically active. So when you coordinated a reflexive, for example, with a noun, as we saw, except for me and God, in the first conjunct, you don't get the stem, you get the unmarked form. So that's why I treat this unmarked form, again, in the same way as I treat man, as an unmarked. He is just an unmarked stem, which again happens to be the genitive because there is no genitive morpheme to attach, and it becomes the genitive due to Pacman spanning in the appropriate configurations. But the full forms, the case marked forms, they are just spans stored in the vocabulary. So Hitzen, you know, from the point, of course, okay, so we can kind of distinguish the dative suffix based on historical data that it looks like the dative in other forms, but synchronically we can say that Hisen is already a fully morphologized portmanteau which is stored in the morphology. And that's why you don't get you store it, you just put it there and it instantiates all the three heads. Because otherwise we would have to say that there is the stem his, and then we would predict that his appears in the coordination contrary to fact. Now let's look at the, so the problem with this analysis, and this is actually something which cannot be described in the lexical sharing approach, is that you cannot scope the genitive feature introduced by Pacman spanning over a coordinate phrase. So you cannot have Jaura and man. I mean, look at the structure, right? Man instantiates the case feature. So why can't you coordinate these guys with the noun and get the spanning of the second genitive over the whole phrase? But you can't do it. You can't say Jaura of me, and you can say man and Jaura, right? Because they're both genitives, kind of. But you can't say Zaur and me, because me doesn't have an explicit case morpheme, because it's a span. And similarly, which is maybe even more surprising, you can't do it when the second component is a lexical portmanteau. It's a vocabulary stored span. So you can do it with a Pacman span, but you can't do it with a vocabulary span either. So women, as I said, these demonstratives and reflexive, they are fully stored in the lexicon as spans. So as soon as you get this span in this final contract, you can't scope the coordinates, the dative suffix. It suddenly becomes a case marker. It stops being kind of a clitic. It becomes a trapped. That's why I say they're trapped, because it's trapped locally. It no longer takes wide scope suddenly, because it's a portmanteau. And the principle which I proposed in the beginning handles this, because in this case, the portmanteau, for example, Jaura, the portmanteau form, the Pacman span form, it instantiates these three heads. But these heads map to different F structures. So case head maps to the whole set, to the whole coordinate phrase, whereas the N0 and number nodes map only to the second conjunct. And that kind of my hypothesis that this violates kind of the integrity of the spans. Kind of, there's no lexical integrity, there's span integrity, as it were. Spans have to be self-contained. And that's quite interesting, because I think this gives us more flexibility than what we have in standard LrFG or in lexical sharing. So that's the aesthetic facts. Let's now look at Basque. Basque, unfortunately, I don't have all the complete data for Basque. Even for aesthetic, there are some data points which are missing, and which I will have to look at in more detail in the field. But for Basque, unfortunately, I have to rely on the facts reported in the grammar, which, as far as I know, have not received a formal analysis, but I would be happy if someone pointed me to this data, because I couldn't find it. So Basque paradigm has this following structure. Basque has a rather complex case system. And it's in this system, the so-called definite article are. Does anyone work on, if you know Basque here in the room? Oh, so you won't tell me I'm wrong. Okay, so basically this is the paradigm taken from the grammar, right? So you have the definite article are, so-called definite article. It's a bit more complicated, because it's not exactly a definite article like in English. It's more like a specificity morpheme, because it's used also in indefinite specific context. So in the cases, so we'll focus on the singular now, because plural is a bit different. So in the singular, we have so-called grammatical cases. And in the grammatical cases, the inflection is more or less agglutinating. So we have the basic stem leku, for example, which means, what does it mean actually? I don't remember. Anyway, it means something. So leku means something, and you attach the case markers in the indefinite, so-called indefinite conjugation, which is actually unmarked. It's maybe not, the indefinite is just a descriptive term, which means that there should be a modifier somewhere else in the noun phrase, right? So it's not really indefinite in the semantic sense. So you have leku, lekuk, lekuri, and in the definite you have a attached before the case marker. So you have lekua, lekuak, lekuari, lekuaren, lekuarentzat, lekuarekin, lekuats. Yeah, and or is it us? I don't remember actually. So, but in the second set of cases are the so-called spatial temporal cases, and they have an opposite pattern. In the spatial grammatical cases, the definite is unmarked. It kind of only has the case suffix. So lekutik, for example, is ablative, definite ablative. And the indefinite ablative has a special ta attached between the stem and the suffix. So lekutatik is the indefinite, and lekutik is the definite. But it's interesting that this ta only appears with common nouns. With personal nouns, it doesn't appear. You just get tik, because personal nouns, they don't take modifiers, and they just appear as is. So you see, we have these two different, but basically the same paradigm contains two different patterns of case marking. And apparently what's significant is that these paradigm structures, they influence what coordination is possible. Again, according to the grammar by Ualde and Ortiz de Urbina. So first of all, the article can never scope over coordinate noun phrases. So even though it's kind of agglutinating, you can't say sakur eta katua. So you can't, apparently, according to my understanding of the description, you can't scope the article by itself. All right. So according to my assumptions, it means that it's introduced somewhere low in the structure, below N0. But you can scope case if this case attaches directly to the stem, for example, in personal nouns. So if you have two personal nouns which directly attach case markers, it's okay. So it's fine. Pello eta Micheli. To Pello and Michele, it's maybe okay. So maybe it's worse than repeating the case suffix, but at least it's possible. For grammatical cases, it's slightly different. So with the grammatical cases, you can scope them, but it's a bit with a question mark. So you can put ri, as you recall that it's agglutinating, right? Lekuri, lekuari. So you can coordinate two definite nouns under one case marker, because the definite, it's, you see, it doesn't scope, but the dative does scope. Yeah, thank you. То есть ты все-таки 45 минут. Поставим. Ну, хорошо, нормально. 40 на доклад, да? Я уже даже свой доклад 40, да. 40. Я могу чуть-чуть потом, да. Yeah, sorry. So, you see, we cannot scope we can scope the dative over two definite noun phrases, but it's totally prohibited for the spatio-temporal ones, according to the grammar. So you can do it for the grammatical ones because they have this agglutinating structure, but for the spatial-temporal ones, you cannot scope the case marker over a coordination with the definite article. In fact, it seems that it's just not possible to spend, but unfortunately, I don't have all the data points. So I don't know what happens if both are indefinite, for example. But judging from the data which we have at present, I propose that in Basque, the determiner attaches somewhere basically at the N0 level, and the case marker is phrasal. And what we have in the spatial grammatical cases is that we have this R, which is only compatible with the spatial grammatical cases, and which realizes the determiner head, and the case marker in the spatial grammatical cases, like the dative, realizes the case head, and that's why you can scope it over coordination. It's basically just like what we had in Ossetic with the plural and case. But for these cases, we have to assume they are portmanteaus, because tick is not just ablative; it's ablative definite. So the definite is embedded in the ablative. It's a portmanteau which covers determiner and key, because you don't have a separate exponent for the determiner. Maybe you could do it via Pacman spanning. I'm not sure, because as I say in a footnote, I'm not sure how Pacman spanning would work exactly in this case. I think it requires some more elaboration. So I assume it's a portmanteau which is lexically, which is stored in the vocabulary. And this explains why we can't scope them over coordination, right? Because we have the same story as in Ossetic Pacman spanning, or in Ossetic vocabulary spanning. So we have in the city, and in the city, it basically spans over this, not the whole word, but simply this suffix. It is a portmanteau, but one part of this portmanteau belongs to the determiner, which is local scoping, and the other part of this portmanteau refers to the case marker, which is globally scoping, and that is a problem. So you can't have a portmanteau you can't have a span which simultaneously refers to something local and something external, something which has wide scope, and this blocks the use of this portmanteau. Okay. And finally, French. So French, I already told you about the data that you have the article, which has feminine singular, masculine singular, and plural. So it should be plural. It's a typo. And the prepositions. So the prepositions are and de. So the other prepositions, they apparently should be treated differently because they don't behave like this. They are, for example, dans. Inside, it just attaches to the article, right? Dans le jardin, for example, in the garden. But with the a and de, there is this portmanteau phenomenon, which, as actually Bonamy and Tseng, for example, discuss in detail, cannot be explained synchronically by phonology. So A plus le gives O. And for example, if you have the same phonetic combination, if le is a proclitic on the verb, A, le, faire, for example, to do it. You don't say au faire, you say à le faire. So this contraction only occurs with specifically the preposition, and determinant doesn't occur in other syntactic configurations. So it should be treated as a portmanteau stored in the lexicon. The same occurs in the plural. We have o with possible liaison, and du and de in the de determiner. So only the feminine singular has separative exponents. The plural and the masculine have cumulative exponents. And as Bonamy and Tseng demonstrate, we have exactly the same situation as we found in Ossetic and Basque, that portmanteaus suddenly cannot scope over coordination. So with the feminine, it's fine, as I said. So de la ville et la région, of the city and the region. So you can scope de over both conjuncts. With proper nouns where you don't have any article, it's also okay. De Jalil Nargissi et Ami d'Arif. That's apparently also okay because that's you have the de, which occupies the D node, as it were. But if you have the du, the portmanteau, you cannot say du père et la mère, et la mère. You have to say du père et de la mère. You have to repeat the preposition. You cannot say du père, de le père et la mère, of course, but you can neither say du père et la mère. So you cannot scope this portmanteau. What is somewhat less expected that Bonamy also and Tseng also mentioned is that you cannot either use le in the second conjunct. So even though like de la mère et le fils, that's also ungrammatical. That's a bit strange to me, but I don't have an intuition. For me, it's actually, I thought it was grammatical, but Bonamy says you can say de la mère et du fils, but repetition of preposition, but de la mère et le fils, you can't say it, right? So this le, it is incompatible with wide scope. So except for this fact, everything is quite straightforward. So again, we say that la realizes the D head, de realizes the P head, and du is a portmanteau. So that's why you block the portmanteau, because the portmanteau, again, it spans over one element which has wide scope over the coordinate phrase, and the other element, the determinant, which has local scope over the first conjunct, and that's bad. That's blocked. But what can we do with the le? Why can't you say de la mère et le fils? I propose saying that French le, basically it says this. Sorry, it should be on a separate line. Le is basically the nominative form of the article. It says le. It doesn't simply say that it's in the article. It says there is no preposition, right? So it says you can treat it like, you know, in German, where the article inflects for case. So you can say that in French, le, basically it says I don't have a preposition. I'm free. I mean, no preposition of the de and a kind. There is another kind of prepositions which I assume have different features, like dans, for example. This kind of works. I mean, you have to say that le, yes, thank you. Le constrains its own context by saying I'm a nominative, and this kind of could be argued as involving morphologization of this le. Of course, another possible solution would be an OT-like constraint along the lines of Avery Andrews' proposal in 1990, where he said that basically you would have to model competition between a portmanteau realization and a non-portmanteau realization. You would say that the non-portmanteau is blocked because you have the option of saying du, repeating the preposition, and it's better. But I'm a bit wary of these OT constraints in the syntax because they seem to introduce extra complexity, a lot of complexity, and furthermore, I'm afraid they would be too restrictive in many cases. So they would, for example, ban optionality. They would predict us that are more. So I think it's easier to just say it's a nominative form, but in principle, I think it would be possible to do it via an OT style constraint. So otherwise, I have already, yes. So let's turn to the conclusion. So first of all, the unified treatment of cases and adpositions is supported by the same effects being observed, and apparent effects of lexical integrity. In this case, we see that the lack of scope of coordination is not a phenomenon which is tied to a specific case marker. The same case marker can have wide scope and narrow scope depending on the structure of the paradigm. If it's a portmanteau, if it's a fused form, it becomes local. If it's a separate form, it becomes widely scoping. So to me, this is an argument against classical lexical integrity, and it seems maybe it's more fruitful to constraint spanning instead of, you know, saying just it's all in the morphology and we can't look into the morphology. But of course, as I said in the beginning, the proposed constraint on spans might be too strict. So maybe we can do something with the sets to prevent the spanned feature from, you know, distributing over a set, because I'm thinking about things like French, English, I'll, which Breston at least claims that it's not just, you know, a phonologically conditioned form of I, but actually I'll as a whole is stored in the syntax, in the vocabulary as a portmanteau. And this maps to different F structures because I is the pronoun and L is the future. So if this is indeed a whole portmanteau, which I'm not sure about, then it's a problem. And also Bonamy and Tseng, because they have a different analysis, they basically have an HPSG approach, which says that basically du is a preposition. That's what they say. And they have some special rules to account for this. But they say that del, for example, Spanish del and German beim, they don't have the same behavior as French du. They can scope over coordinate phrases. But on the other hand, you know, in German beim, you can at least distinguish, you can say that it involves phonologically conditioned allomorph of the dem because you get the case marker. Whereas in French du, you can't really distinguish the le. So I think the Spanish del and German beim, they're different from the French case, because French is much less compositional. French doesn't have any option of saying that u is the article and de is the preposition, for example, right? Because u cannot be derived from le, whereas beim from by them, that's, I could imagine a me being, you know, a chronologically constrained, perhaps a clitic form of them. But still, so that's some things to think about. Of course, we need a more detailed analysis of the Basque facts, some clarifications of Ossetic data, and also in the Digor variety, where there are some different paradigmatic effects observed in the pronouns. Other kinds of edge marking, apart from cases, because here I'm only looking at the case marking. And actually, that's maybe a question which we have to discuss with the LrFG guys, how to do with Pacman spanning, because, for example, I don't know what determines the direction of Pacman spanning. Do you do Pacman spanning from the root, for example, or from the affix? And this is important for some of these phenomena, right? And furthermore, where does Pacman spanning take their descriptions if you treat VIs as basically terminal expansions, as in the LrFG handbook paper? But these are like the theoretical issues, which maybe depends on my understanding of LrFG and maybe should be discussed with the authors of the theory. So thank you very much, and I will be happy for comments and suggestions.
Yeah, thank you. So any questions, Daniel? So
Yeah, thanks so much. The issues are, as you're clearly aware, relevant for even the regular DMian view. You try to distinguish between bidirectional contextual allomorphy analysis of portmanteau and spanning account. And therefore, I ask, my first question is, are you aware of Neil Bangery's 2021 dissertation, where he looks at how different portmanteaus behave in elliptical context? And I think I'm not sure how convinced I am, but he seems to show that some portmanteaus are best analyzed as bidirectional contextual allomorphy, while some are
vocabulary stores portmanteaus, yeah.
Yeah, and that may be relevant to the stuff that Bonamy and Sang discussed.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And could you please? I'm not aware of the dissertation, so could you?
Yeah, I can send you.
I mean, ellipsis is a bit of a complex topic in LrFG because there's kind of no unified account of it. But I mean, still, the arguments, it will be interesting to see whether it predicts this kind of spanning behavior in coordination. Because,
yeah, but my more substantial, I feel like, question is maybe this data kind of reminds me of some morphological phenomena in across the board phenomena. So so the stuff that Chitko discusses, where, for example, syncretic forms can be so you usually cannot across the board move to non-corresponding constituents, but in the case when they're syncretic, you can do so, because the fact that you're discussing may not fall out from spanning, but maybe from a single syntactic object being found in different contexts, and thus you end up with a contradiction.
You mean prosodic, different prosodic constraints put on this?
Well, I'm not sure about prosodic, but generally, let's say the French preposition being found both in contexts where a do allomorph is required. Well, from a more regular DMian view, and also in a context where de is required, and so
yeah, even the le,
and the clash arises, and maybe it is then relevant to look at the Bangery stuff, because it seems that a spanning account would maybe predict that you don't always get this effect, while a ATB-like account would actually.
I see. That. Yeah. Well, in LrFG you have ATB-like structures, so it's possible to adopt it to LrFG as well. Yeah, good idea. And you will have a contrast between like French, where you can't do this le, and Basque, where apparently you can. So that's thanks a lot. And I please do send me the relevant references.
So we have a question in Zoom. Ash, please.
Thanks for a really interesting talk. I guess I want to follow up on what the sort of stuff that Daniel was asking, commenting about. If you'll forgive me, though, it's not really a question. It's more like another case that I think is interesting, and you make subtle predictions about it. And since it's not one you considered explicitly, it's a true prediction of the theory. So I've been kind of thinking a little bit about spanning in terms of idioms, right? Because you need to let, and okay, so broadly speaking, there's two kinds of idioms. Ones that are, let's call them labile. They have some piece that can drift off under some conditions, right? And these tend to be more semantically transparent idioms, like the cat is out of the bag, meaning the secret has been revealed. So you can say the cat seems to be out of the bag, or, you know, so on. And it can sort of move around. Whereas like things like kick the bucket, famously, you can't say the bucket has been kicked except for sort of ironic effect or something like that. But there has to be, and then approaching this question from a different direction, there has to be some limit on how big the chunks you can store are, and what kinds of things, what kind of relations the elements of the stored unit can have to each other. So as soon as you say you have a vocabulary item that realizes more than one C structure node, it implicitly raises the question of like, is there a limit on how many C structure nodes a vocabulary item can express or expone? And so if you go to your constraint in number 4, so near the beginning of the paper on page 1,
yeah, sorry, I will move the window. Yeah, which says that the span must
all be part of the
same
same
structure, yeah.
F structure. That's, I think, a reasonable constraint, because again, going back to the question after Anna's talk, this kind of uses F structure locality implicitly as a constraint on how much C structure you're allowed to specify. But more importantly, it also states what kind of relation has to hold between those C structural parts. Namely, they have to map to the same F structure. So one can't be like a grammatical function of the other or whatever, I guess. And in the context of idioms, I haven't thought about it, but this seems like a reasonable constraint on like a length of a span. Like, as long as you're still talking about the same F structure, that's okay. It also predicts that like things like adjuncts can't really be stored as part of spans.
Yeah.
So for example, but then that raises the question of like, well, what about English expressions like so-and-so's a big shot, like he's a big shot? Where it's like, well, you can't just be a shot. You can't say he's a shot. You have to say he's a big shot.
Big shot, yeah.
And you can't say he's a huge shot or a large shot or whatever. But then that actually reveals that big is not just like some adjectival modifier there. It's actually the first element of a compound with the noun.
Yeah, and it's non-projecting.
So
it's also a C structure.
It's non-projecting. So, you know, and then that predicts that you can say things like he's a real big shot. And that's better than saying he's a really big shot.
Yeah.
Right?
Like you
so,
drink.
Yeah. And so, I mean, I think something like this constraint implicitly has to hold if you're going to assume spanning. It's kind of the minimal reasonable constraint that you can place on spanning, and you do probably want to constrain spanning somehow, so that you can't just list arbitrary spans as being expressed by one thing.
Yeah. Thanks.
So it kind of it uses that structure to limit the size of spans, and I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah. Thanks for the encouraging comment, because I was thinking, but then of course the challenge is to explain those cases where this is apparently violated, like, you know, in I'll go and see him, where apparently but actually no, they both span over. Actually, it's not a problem with I'll, because both of the elements of the span, both C structure nodes, will map to the coordinate phrase. So yeah, so maybe it's actually not a counterexample. So, but still would be interesting to think about counterexamples. But what you suggested the idioms, for example, they seem to be more like confirming, because if you have an idiom which is syntactically inactive, apparently you don't want to say that it's spans over the whole clause, the object and the verb and so on.
Right.
Yeah. The direct object, the verb. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, we'll have to think about it some more, of course, but thanks for encouraging, because I came up with this constraint and I wasn't really sure whether it's, too powerful. But then, yeah, if you think about it this way, that you use F structure as a proxy for the locality, meaning that the information has to remain in the same place for the span.
Yeah.
It actually makes sense, and maybe it can explain some of the phenomena which previously were connected with lexical integrity.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think your account of the French phenomenon works, but Daniel's right. There's alternatives available.
Yeah.
I also think that it predicts that basically entire set expressions, like sort of pearls of wisdom kind of things that every culture has that are stored linguistically in some set expression. So not exactly like a construction, but something that really has all the parts filled in, right? Those are not like lexically stored. It's part of some kind of general cultural knowledge. It's not like linguistic per se, I think. Because you can't store stuff like that according to what you've said here.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Like you can't get a fish out. This cannot be a stored expression. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
So, any more questions? Daniel, please. Could you please pass the microphone?
Not really a question, but I wanted to point out that the constraint that you propose actually patterns with constraints for host identification in LrFG, because for something to be a valid host for some other element, they have to map onto the same F structure. So there's kind of a pattern between what you are proposing for spanning and what already has been proposed for host identification.
Yeah, I actually thought about it. Thanks for the observation. I thought that you could say that those spans, they have this feature which makes them jump to the host, which is how is it called? I forgot the name of this feature in LrFG. But then it predicts that, for example, adjectives will appear to the left of the do, which is wrong. So, but it did strike me as quite similar. So I thought I had the idea that maybe you could explain it using this edge identification, but apparently this makes the wrong, because you won't say that the adjectives in French, they are just, incorporated, because you can say they're pre-nominal adjectives. I mean, you can say un très bon étudiant, a very good student, right? You can modify it using this, for example, intensifier. So it's not like just, do is a prefix which jumps on the head. You can't analyze it this way.
But the fact that you can modify it with an adjunct doesn't necessarily mean that it's branching.
Yeah,
For this argument to be valid, you would have to see whether you have adjectives that take their own complements.
Yeah, but
yes, like in italic.
But even if you have a variant, you still have to have this annotation up arrow edge equals down, and this means that the edge node is mapped to a different F structure, and the host identification predicts that you jump to the head and not to the adjunct, right? So that's kind of still is a problem, I think, because if you say it's unificational, that the adjective is just unified, and then it says edge pret equals whatever, beautiful, handsome, then how would you modify this adjective using très, using very, if you can't look into this annotation? So you have to make it branch, and you have to put the adjective into the as an adjunct. So that's the problem.
Yeah, now I understand the pointing. And I just wanted a clarification question. If I understand correctly, there is simply a typo in the tree, that the first tree that relates to Ossetic. So
it was late at night, yeah.
Yeah, it's example
10.
10.
Yeah.
Yes, there should be NPs, right? in
Yeah, sure,
examples?
sure. Yeah, it should be
Yeah.
NPs because I don't predict N0 coordinate. It's from an earlier version of the analysis. Yeah, it should be NPs, and under NPs you have N0s, and N0s they branch and they have this number because number is kind of low.
Yeah, and the last thing I thought about it, and now it's actually a question. So when I saw the Basque data and how certain cases behave one way in respect to the definite marker and how others behave in another way, I thought of WH pronouns in Ossetic and how they strangely behave when they're modified by number and by commutative or equative. So that you can say kaitima and kaimate. Yeah. Have you tried to test conjunctive examples with two interrogatives?
The
in
problem is that
commutative?
interrogatives never have wide scope of case. So you cannot have suspended precision with interrogatives at all. So it's impossible to test. I did propose an account of FX ordering in LrFG for the next LrFG conference. If you remember, I think I sent it to you at some point, but it's kind of based on V structure. So I don't give syntactic significance to the fact that case and number are switched in interrogatives in Ossetic because apparently you don't have any you can't test it because the interrogatives, they never have any syntactic. You have to repeat everything, the number and the case.
Yeah, that's a pity.
Yeah, it's a pity, but unfortunately that's, Ossetic, you can't. Yeah.
Thank you.
So any more questions? So is other questions on Zoom?
Thank you.
No. So if there is no more questions, so I think we can we can thank the speaker and
Thank you.
close the section.
Thank you. And we'll meet at Danya at 4, right?
4 o'clock. Yes.
4 o'clock in Moscow. So
Yeah.
Adjust your timetables. Thank you for your attention, and hope to see you at the next session. We'll have some interesting talks as well. Now there's a break on site.
To your colleagues, it's 4 o'clock. We'll be beginning shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to continue with the conference, and at the beginning of the second session, first her presentation will present Milena Guseva, MA student at Lomonosov Moscow State University. А ты перекидывал уже, да? Ну тогда может давай. И потом не забудь шерить, да?
Так. Okay, I'm ready to talk. Hello, everyone. I'm glad that you have come today to hear our presentations. And today I'm bringing an interesting topic to discuss. I'll be talking about numeral and nominal classifiers cross-linguistically. And I'm a beginner in LFG. My research is still work in progress, so I'm going to talk about the initial process of my research. So any comments, any suggestions are welcome. So let's start. Okay. I know that everyone here is a linguist in some sense, but it's still necessary to recall some key terminology. And first of all, I'll be referring to the languages where classifiers are present as the grammatical phenomenon as classifier languages, and classifiers, their words or affixes or some other morphemes that accompany nouns and characterize them, classify them into some semantic groups, and classifiers are quite rare in European languages. That's why they are so interesting to dive in. This is a so interesting topic to research, and some possible classifier example in English would be like 3 pieces of paper, and pieces would be a possible classifier just to grasp the idea of this phenomenon, and there are like many different types of noun classification in the languages, and we'll try to find the place of classifiers in this rather big universe. So here's the universe of noun categorization devices, and we have noun classes or that are called genders in some other languages, and it is we are quite used to genders in the languages that we know, but classifiers are a different piece of cake. So a great linguist, Russian and Australian linguist, Alexandra Yuryevna Eichenwald, divides classifiers into several groups. So I'll be talking in detail about 2 major groups, noun classifiers and numeral classifiers, and they are different in such sense that noun classifiers accompany nouns like in almost every situation, and numeral classifiers occur only when we have to name the number of some of something when we have to say the quantity. There are also locative classifiers which occur with locatives. There are deictic classifiers which occur with demonstratives. There are verbal classifiers that characterize the noun, but they are like combined with the verb. They occur with the verb, and classifiers in possessive constructions. And all those types of the classifiers can be in their wake divided into classifiers and measure words. It is true. It is not true for all the classifier languages, but it is quite common for a classifier language to have separate classifiers and measure words, and they are distinct in the sense that classifiers represent the inherent feature, semantic feature of the noun, and classify the noun itself to some group, and measure words are more like 3 pieces of paper or 5 bottles of water, because it names the quantity, and helps us as follows from the term to measure it in some entities, I would say. First of all, we're talking about the Chinese language, namely Mandarin Chinese, but I'll refer to it as just Chinese. Classifiers are like under research topic in LFG and in linguistics at all. The major work that covers the topic of classifiers in Chinese and combines it with LFG is by this prominent researcher from National Chengchi University in Taiwan, in Taipei. First of all, I need to say that the Chinese system of classifiers is numeral. It's considered to be mostly numeral, but it also has some hybrid nature, because the Chinese classifiers also occur with demonstratives, so it's half deictic and half numeral. The issue that I addressed during the previous slide, classifiers and measure words, is referred in this work. There are a few examples of phrases with classifiers themselves, like we can see it here, and the measure words, we can see it here, and so we see that those measure words have their own distinct meanings. I would say, for example, here it is box, here is the kilogram, and here it is a herd. What's the point? The point to make a distinction between those two groups is that classifiers are qualifying and measure words are quantifying the head noun, and classifiers, as I've already said, highlight some inherent feature of the noun, some property that we can see, and they add no additional sense, no additional info to the phrase. They just come along with the noun and do not change anything. Measure words, on the contrary, they add additional info to the phrase. They add this measure of the noun. But in a mathematical sense, they have a lot in common because they follow this pattern that is quite common in counting systems of many languages. That, for example, even in English, it works like this, like 9,000. Okay, so we have 9, we have 1,000, and we just multiply those two numbers and get the meaning. Here is the same situation in some sense, and I'll talk about it in the next slide. So, as I already said, this is true of Chinese also. So we have Dutian, we have Liush, and Liush is literally 6 and 10. We multiply 6 and 10 and we get 60. And if we look at the Chinese classifiers, we will see that the pattern is the same, but we have a number and the multiplicand, which is equal to 1. So somewhere we have 3. We have the classifier that is used with some prominent people, and we get this 3. So it is about the classifiers, namely. But if we look at measure words, they have the same function, but the measure word is anything but 1 in its value. So we have this number, and we have the measure, this entity that can be different in its value. And for example, we have dozen, so we multiply and get the meaning that there are 12 roses and so on. And those entities that can be measure words are various. It can be kilograms, feet, boxes, and even herds, as we've already seen at the previous slides. And it is the key to this phenomenon, this grammatical phenomenon, because we can put this mathematical paradigm of multiplication to the fundament of the analysis, and there is one more term that I need to explain. It is taken from, it was used in this sense in different works, but here is the definition from Langecker 1987, and this excerpt tells us that there is a base and profile, and what is base? Base is, for example, the word that we use the noun, and profile is this distinct feature that it has, and that is reflected by the meaning of the classifier that is used with this noun. And one noun can have many profilable features, many such profiles, and that's why in the languages such as Chinese, there can be more than one classifier for every word, for every noun. And now I'll talk about the differences between classifiers and measure words in more detail, just in order to say that they have more similarities than we expect when we start working on this topic, and that there can be the unified analysis of classifiers and measure words, and they are just a part of the same phenomenon. So one of the differences that is worth noting is the scope difference. So for example, if we look at the measure word, we can see that we can put this, for example, in this sentence, the word da, big, in two places, and the meaning will change because in the first example, the scope covers only the measure word, so the characteristic big is only about the box. So the thing is that is big here is the box in which we measure the quantity of apples. And the second example is about the apples. So it is not a box that is big, but the apples. And when we look at the classifier, at mere classifiers, like we have this classifier k that means some fruits, and when we put big here or there, nothing changes in the meaning, so the scope is totally different. And this is also can be demonstrated via this example that modifiers like modifiers that come with the classifier must be compatible, and the modifiers that come with measure words can be contradictory because they refer to different reference, I would say. So if I change here to the box, if I change the classifier to the box, it is normal because it becomes normal because there is a very big box of small apples. But all those examples are ungrammatical because we have a classifier here. So the scope of quantification also a little bit different. It can be demonstrated also because we can omit the classifier. As I've already said, it has a value of 1. That's why it's semantically redundant, and we can just get rid of it in some contexts. For example, here is a literary context. It is an excerpt from some biblical story about Jesus that fed 5,000 people with loaves and fish, and we can see that there can be in the common case there even need to we even need to put classifiers here, but in this literary context we can just omit them. But if we omit measure words, the sense will change, as I've already said. Now we will talk about similarities that allow to put all those differences into one analysis. Like the first one that is crucially important, that classifiers and measure words occupy the same slot, the same position in syntax, and we cannot use them together. So if we have the phrase 3 dozen roses, we cannot put the measure word and the classifier together. This is ungrammatical, and we should use either a measure word or a classifier. However, we would think that this is totally normal, because if we perform the operation of this multiplication, we get we get the same result, but it doesn't work like that in the language, because it is the same slot. Both classifiers and measure words work in the same sense when we talk about ellipses. Oh, I've just started talking. There is so many information to cover. Okay. I'll try to present it quicker. So. They both allow ellipses, and they can be added themselves if they are recoverable from a discourse, and if there is a large number. They both allow the insertion of the, which is something like of in English, and they allow to omit the numeral 1. If it is 1, we can omit it, and if we conclude the differences and similarities, I would say that the differences are more semantic, but in this sense, in the syntactic sense, there are more similarities. So it is logical to make a unified analysis where all the differences will be put into F structure, and and there have been many different analysis of classifiers and measure words, but our Taiwanese colleague comes to the conclusion that the LFG analysis, which includes left branching C structure and split F structure, is the best. So left branching structure is the best because first Chinese has predominantly left branching in its syntax, and it covers this multiplication paradigm, and the F structure is put like this. So we have we have the noun. It has the feature profilable, which can take a set, because there can be more than one profilable feature that is reflected in the classifier. And the classifier has this feature profiled, and so the phrase is becomes grammatical because because we find this profiled in the set of the noun, and so we get a grammatical phrase. I'll skip it. Next, I'll talk about the Hackatech language. And this is intended to be a part of my own work that is in the very beginning, in fact. There are some facts about this Mayan language of the Kankobalan branch of Mayan languages. I'll just skip some other facts, but it is crucial to remember that the basic word order in this interesting language is VSO, so it is verb initial. And there are 4 systems of noun classification. I'm sorry for this stupid meme, but I couldn't help. And so there are number classes that are used pretty the same as the Chinese numeral classifiers, but there are only 3 such classes. There are classes of plural particles. There are also 3 options, and we have measured terms that are quite similar to the usage of measure words in Chinese, and we have the actual system of noun classifiers. So it's quite interesting that if we compare the system to the Chinese language, we see that every class, excluding measure terms, can occur at the same time. So there are such curious examples where we, for example, have chair. We have animal because it is made from animal skin, and we have inanimate with the numeral. So they occupy different slots, but measure words and noun classifiers are the same slot as, for example, in Chinese. Among other properties of the system is that there is a group of abstract words or some recent borrowings from other languages that do not take any classifier at all. And we have, contrary to the Chinese example, we have classifiers with proper nouns. We would think that this is just an interesting and unusual definite article because the phrase with a classifier is definite by default, but this is totally different because the classifier can go together with the indefinite article hune, which also means one. So there are different positions, there are different slots, distinct, and there are also many ways to delete the classifier when we have the same reference in discourse, and classifiers can also act as pronouns. They can be pronominalized. We can, if we have identity of reference or identity of sense, it is to different ways to delete the actual noun and to leave the classifier to act as the pronoun. And what's interesting, when we have no classifier with the word, if it is an abstract word or some borrowing, we leave no proform. There is nothing left. So noun classifier also can be deleted after the process of nominalization, when we still have some entities that are identical in a sense or reference. And for example, it would be even ungrammatical to leave the classifier in the possessive phrase, like he saw his father. It would be even ungrammatical to leave this his, and it needs to be deleted. And if every it can occur with every NP in the language, as we can see. And the rule is late. Okay, I see. I'm trying to run fast through my presentation. Okay, I'll try. So if we compare those classifier systems, put aside that these systems are different according to the classification by Eichenwald, even if we put aside that the classifier system in Chinese is a hybrid between Dyachkov and the numeral, and the system in Hakaltek is a hybrid between Dyachkov and noun classifier system. There are some interesting questions left. I'm currently working on creating an LrFG analysis for Hakaltek classifiers, and if we compare differences between classifiers and measure words in Chinese and in Hakaltek, they appear to be quite the same. However, the ways to delete the classifier are more convenient in Hakaltek. Like there are more ways to delete the classifier than in Chinese, and we still have many similarities, but I still don't understand whether I can go the same way and use this logic with multiplication, or because I still don't see some clear evidences from Hakaltek that it works the same way in the sense of multiplication. I'm still asking myself if I can use this logic with separate structures and these features with the profiled and profilable, whether I can apply it to Hakaltek classifier system, and also one thought about what is said about Hakaltek language by Colette Greenwald Craig, who is the major researcher in this field, and she calls all the classifiers in Hakeltech modifiers, but I don't think that they modify the noun in the same sense as, for example, adjectives do, and we cannot call them modifiers just because they do not modify the sense, and there is still some feature that can be seen in the real world, still some feature of the noun and of the concept of this noun in a real world. So here is some literature if you are interested in the topic that you can read on the topic of classifiers. Thank you for your attention. It's pretty sad that I have to be so short, and I'm looking forward for your comments, for your available advice.
Thank you very much. We have about 9 minutes for questions. Okay,
Great.
the first question comes from Oleg Belyaev.
Thanks. Well, the data are interesting, but yeah, I think it works. Yeah. So, but I'm just wondering, like, there is not much in terms of analysis that you presented, so it's difficult to kind of. There are many possibilities, but
I've said that I'm in the beginning of this journey.
yeah. So maybe can I suggest that could you argue that these Mayan Hakeltech classifiers are determiners in this, well, because you say that they don't modify in the same way as adjectives.
Yes.
But is there a problem to say that they are the head of DP, and for example, I mean, right? And then apparently I assume that there is a numeral projection above, or maybe quantifier P above, and the D node has the classifier and the so-called classifier, which is actually, as you said at some point, it's a definite article. So could you say that this is basically it classifies the noun, so you have the same mechanism maybe, and then it gives you the feature plus definite, and also it can have an optional pronominal argpred, which would license its use independently of the noun. So
it would be the most obvious decision, but we have some problem that I've talked about, that when we would consider it just an interesting and unusual definite article, but it can occur at the same time with the indefinite article. So just one second, I'll find the example in my presentation. One second. I've found. So we have Hune, which is the indefinite article. We have the noun classifier, and they come together in this
yeah, but
phrase.
the semantics is definite.
And even why I've said that the system is still hybrid between the noun classifier system and the deictic classifier system, because we also have this demonstrative, this that we also have it in the same sentences in different slots.
I'm just not sure you can call this Hune an indefinite article in this context, because it's a definite noun phrase. That one pick of mine. It's a numeral, isn't it? I mean, it's just basically it's a numeral which selects from a set, but in the end, if you have a definite determinant like that, it looks more like you just have that one. I mean, it's a numeral plus definite article. I mean, it does not look like indefinite noun phrases to me. So you'll just have maybe a numeral modifier.
I'll think about it, because it seems to be one more point where I can argue with Colette Greenwald Craig. So because this example is located exactly in the part where the indefinite article is discussed in the book.
You mean the one which I saw two men?
No,
Or the one which
this,
that one pig of mine.
which is about the pig.
Yeah, but in interpretation doesn't look like that. So
But-
maybe it's the traditional term indefinite article.
So
There is also one, right? It's just the numeral.
yeah, yes, it can be also a mere numeral. So maybe it is a great idea to say that there is no indefinite article in Halkidak as a separate entity.
Maybe there is. I mean, maybe you can say without the classifier, maybe it will mean something else. I don't know.
But
We don't see the whole system, or can't you? So you can't say hune, hin, without the no.
no, it's not possible.
Yeah, but you apparently
It's,
well, I mean,
it's just possible if we have some identical reference in the discourse and we just throw some additional pairings.
yeah, I mean, you can look at the discourse, the way this so-called article is used, because I mean, Russian also has adin as a kind of indefinite specific, right? Я тут одного человека, but it doesn't mean we say that we have a
Also
different.
has, for example,
One,
do you have this book? Yeah, I have one.
I mean, it doesn't mean that there's a feature clash between plus definite and the numeral, because it's, well, just some semantic effect associated with the numeral one, but it doesn't mean that it is a problem to say that the classifier gives the plus definite feature and then the numeral gives you some sort of a numeral modifier in their structure. I don't think this is.
So
You just have to look in more detail at how this so-called article is actually used in the discourse.
this is a great point to think about, and maybe Greenwald's analysis is also needs to be like rediscussed. Thank you.
Ash has his hand raised, but I would first like to read out a comment in the chat by Chen Xie. Sorry if I got that wrong. Thank you for your talk. There is a more recent paper on classifiers in the LFG 18 proceedings, Belyaev et inter alia, interdependencies in Chinese noun phrases. I think their analysis covers the same data as hers, and there is no need to posit features like profilable. I took a screenshot of the answer. I will send it to you so that you could find the article. But now I think we can, if you don't have anything to add, we could give it to Ash.
Thank you. The analysis that I've covered during my talk was released in 2012, and I haven't seen this article. I haven't come across it, so thank you for your recommendation. I will check it out.
Okay, now Ash, please.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, for an interesting talk. I just I was wondering if maybe we could try to make a bit more sense of this notion of profiling of the classifier that you attributed to her following Langecker, I think. So if you could find the slide with Langecker on it. And I think this is sort of orthogonal to the comment from chat about whether you want the feature profilable in F structure or not. The point is that saying that classifiers are a unit kind of thing is fine, but that's not sufficient to explain why there's different classifiers, because if they were just a multiplicand of one, why wouldn't a single morphological form suffice to just do that for everything? So in other words, to say, and the other thing to bear in mind is in languages like Chinese, the proposal in semantics is that when you say something like, I ate a banana, and you say, I ate a banana classifier banana, you're actually saying, I ate a banana classifier unit of banananess, right? You mustn't think of it as a banana. It's banana stuff. But I wonder if the classifier might be doing something more interesting than just, I don't really like the metaphor of a bas-relief because, you know, when you strip away the fancy French borrowing, basically you have the notion of a bumpy picture. And a bumpy picture isn't a theory, right? We got to do better than say, oh, it's like a bumpy picture, right? So what is this thing doing? I wonder if actually what people like her and Langacker get wrong is attributing the classifier as picking out an inherent property. In fact, it might be a contingent property, because I wonder if in dream language, for example, you could say, I met a important person classifier banana. Well, then you're basically asserting that the thing you met is a banana and it was a person like banana. So basically what you're saying is I met a person like banana. Now you could say in English, in my dream last night, I met a banana, but that's like presupposing that somehow this banana was meetable. So it has some, it meets the selectional restriction of meetability. So it's just a presupposition. But if the Chinese one is actually asserting that the banana was person-like by saying it's like an important person, then you would predict, for example, that it would act differently with respect to negation than the English would, right? So in English, it's just as weird to say, in my dream last night, I didn't meet a banana. It's like, well, yeah, bananas aren't meetable, I guess. So that doesn't sound very informative now. So there's different predictions made if you actually say this is, for example, an assertion in Chinese, like I met a person-like unit of banananess, right? So for example, you might expect that if I then attack the person-like unit of banananess and cut them in half, that what I find inside is banananess. So not like human-like organs and stuff, despite the fact that I said they were person-like, right? Whereas for English, I don't know. I don't have an intuition about what I would find if I cut this banana in half. But maybe Chinese people have different intuitions. I mean, this sounds very fanciful, but this is like what you get from having a real theory of presupposition versus assertion combined with the unit nature of the classifier. So I think for Jackaltech too, you might get more mileage out of thinking about things in those ways rather than necessarily in terms of profilability, because I bet that the options are more flexible. And maybe this is what the last comment was about in some sense than strict feature matching might predict.
Thank you for your comment. It's I think it's a very reasonable conclusion that maybe as if I understood your thought right, it's about it. We just we can leave this notion of the separate notion of classifiers and measure words and stick to the unified notion of like unit counter and it is reasonable. I'll also think of it. And if we take this notion of unit counter and do not divide classifiers into classifiers themselves and measure words, it would be like more. It would be. No, it would be more. It would be closer to the actual to what we actually see in the language. So I also have to add that your example about the banana is great because. I tried to find out some examples where, for example, in the literature or in some memes in the internet or everywhere else, the example where the unusual classifier will be used with the noun in order to create some comic or ironic effect or other types of semantic effects, but there are no such examples neither in Chinese nor in Hackle text. So just it seems that no one ever thought about this possibility to use, for example, the classifier of the animal with the name of the person to say that the person is bad. So there is no such examples, and this is about my take that there are not modifiers in this sense, and this is also about the unit counters nature of this phenomenon. I would say, Oleg Igorovich, you wanted to add something?
No, I just want, yeah. Do I have time? I'm not sure.
We would actually have to move on to the next presentation because the time for questions ended 6 minutes ago. But if you have a short, and I also saw that Lisa wanted to
maybe Lisa
say something.
You can tell me everything in person.
Yeah, I just had a very small follow up to what Ash said. That okay, so it's in the problem with classifiers is that sometimes they have this semantic effect or maybe assertion, but in other cases they seem to be just licensed purely lexically. I mean, sometimes they don't have any specific. I mean, like books in Chinese, I think they're like what, like trees or what? I don't remember. In Chinese, in Japanese, they're like roots.
Like
roots, yeah, roots.
Yes,
So it wouldn't be reasonable to say that Chinese people think about books as roots of knowledge, or maybe because they were original.
Yeah,
I guess that's the problem, that sometimes you want them to be like licensing some features, like in this analysis by her, and in other cases you want to say that they contribute some assertion. Maybe you have kind of to have some sort of a competition between these two functions, some sort of default and then some other. It's not unlike the preverbs, by the way, where you have a default preverb which perfectivizes the verb, like in Ossetic, for example, and you have other preverbs which contribute specific aspectual, additional aspectual interpretations. But if they are default preverbs, they're just semantically empty. So this Weisshorn effect, which
Lisa wanted to pass the microphone.
Yeah, let's make that the last edition.
Okay, so I wanted to add a little comment. Sometimes classifiers add some additional semantics. So in Chinese, we can classify dogs in two ways. The first one is zhi. This classifies for animals, for all the animals.
Default classifier for all animals, and the other one is tiao, which is about the long object. Yeah, I know this, but I don't think that it is exactly about the length of this dog, because I searched those phrases with one and the another classifier on Baidu, and I found out that the usage of Tiao is fading away. It is used less nowadays, and maybe it is just about some historical conditions, and not much about the actual semantics, about the actual length of the dog. So I used to think that way, and my Chinese teachers also said that this is not about the actual length, but some native speakers actually say that the long dog is Tiao and G is the any other dog, but I don't think if it is officially accepted sense.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much, and let's thank the speaker once more time.
Thank you. Now my research will go way faster, I would say. Thank you.
Yes, Ash also left a comment, and but you'll probably have to read it. Yes, I will send the screenshot to you of the comment, because as well as yeah, there are options possible, because now we have to welcome Vadim Dyachkov, Lacan CRNS. CN.
Что-то я не вижу. Ага. Ага. Так, а мне надо что-нибудь расширить или все расширено? Еще не расширено, да? So, and maybe should I put it in the chat? So, or it isn't necessary. Okay, so we are interested. Давай сейчас секундочку.
Здесь он есть же, этот менеджер. Вот это, да?
Да.
Вот так. Вот. Вот так. Ну, он загрузит. Вот, все. Да. Вот, смотри, так крупнее пошли.
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about passive lability, which is an aerial phenomenon in West Africa. So I'm going to talk about the language I'm working on. It's an undescribed Guru language called Nachoro. So we're going to talk about passive lability and the interaction of different meanings within this semantic zone. And I think so. Of course, we are going to consider the argument and event structure of middle voice, and so the data I present here maybe. So the point is that it might be the case that it is much more easily modeled within the LFG model than in any other models. But anyway, so I think the data that I present here is of great importance for our understanding of the middle voice in general. So now let's. But unfortunately, there will be a lot of empirical data just because this is an exotic language. So yeah. So middle voice is a form in Nachoro that is marked by vowel lengthening in perfective forms and by zero in other forms. So example one gives us a perfective form. An imperfective form. You can see that the imperfective suffix is preceded by the verbal stem. So, and we, in fact, we could call it lability. So, but with the exception that in perfective form, so there is an overt marker of this middle voice, and this marker is vowel lengthening accompanied by tone dropping. So the example is 2. So, and example 3 shows us the same verb used in subjunctive contexts. I want the bellophone to be played. So, and so what I'm going to talk about today is, so I will consider the previous approaches to middle voice, and I show that it cannot be reduced neither to reflexivization, nor to anticausativization, nor to any other processes. If we want our middle voice to be a manifestation of the same phenomenon, we have to give it another account. And what I also propose is that agent is present in this form only at the level of F structure, but never on the level of C structure. And in the end of the talk, I'm going to try to make my first steps in modeling the phenomenon. So outline of the talk is as follows. First of all, I will give much basic data on middle voice. I will give some data on causatives, which are crucial in our understanding of the phenomenon of middle voice. Then we apply several tests detecting the argument structure, and I'll show that almost none of the standard tests work in Nachoro. And then we will move on to the sketch of the analysis. So, okay, basic data. So on middle voice. So alternations affect only core arguments in Nachoro. It is shown in 4. we can say something like I ate the rice cake and then the cake was eaten, for instance, right? So there are also intransitive constructions, which where both nouns that are not subjects follow the perfective verb, and none of them is marked overtly. So Madu gave us the money. We were given the money, but the money was given to Madu is not possible, for instance. So we cannot extract any arguments and place them in the subject position. So this is shown in 6, where we have something like I showed my motorbike to Sata, but we cannot extract Sata out of the dative past position and place it in the position of the clausal subject. Sata was shown my bike, so we cannot do that. So the meaning is just different. So, and the subject cannot be marked by the oblique, so it receives kind of nominative marking. So this can be seen in pronominal paradigms, and in 7 we see that the oblique form of the pronoun is prohibited. So then, so yes, I'm going to talk about the inventory of readings of middle voice. So not all the readings are possible in natural, so which are cross-linguistically acceptable for middle voice forms. So unaccusatives are marked by middle voice, autocausatives are marked by middle voice, grooming verbs like shave never are not marked by a middle voice, and they require reflexive marking. So anergatives are marked by middle voice, detransitives are marked by middle voice, passives are marked by middle voice, and causatives can be also like marked, can also attach the middle voice marker, and they can also be reflexivized. So we will see some examples below. So 8 is an example of an accusative predicate, the motorcycle broke. So 9 is an example of an autocausative predicate, meaning that the subject performs an action over his own body, Madu bent himself. So 10 is an example of an anergative predicate. 11 is a detransitive clause. Excuse me, there is no translation here. Madu woli means Madu ate. So purely passive meanings are exemplified in 12. Tomatoes were sold. So and the causative predicates, so I will just introduce it here. Causative predicates attach the C suffix, as in the example 13. So, but when we employ reflexives, when we want to express reflexive or reciprocal meanings, we have to use lexical items. So the only way to reflexivize a predicate is like in 14. So if you want to say something like Madu killed himself, we use the direct object where so here is the possessive pronoun and here is the reflexive element. So if the subject is non-singular, so this reflexive pronoun is replaced by the reciprocal pronoun, as in 15. So, and reflexive interpretations of middle voice forms are just impossible. If you use the middle voice form of the verb kill, it can only mean Madu was killed, but it never can mean Madu killed himself. So now, so yes, I prevented you that there will be a lot of empirical data. So so I'm going to present some basic data on causatives. So causatives are two-place predicates. So they can only be used with intransitive verbs. If you want to transitivize a transitive verb, we use periphrastic constructions. So an example of synthetic causative is given in 17. So 17a is something I recovered. And if you want to say something, the doctor cured me. So here we can causativize the initial verb. So semantics properties of the causative, because this is something that is really important for our understanding of the middle voice form. So the main semantic properties of the causatives are that, first of all, they are neither contact nor distant. So, but they just predicates however, they have to make sure that the event takes place at the same place and the same time. This is stated in 18. So if he wants to say something, Madhu said the alarm clock, and then he went away. The alarm clock rang, and Zaki woke up, and what happened? So Madhu woke Zaki. We cannot use the synthetic causative here, just because this is this is distant causation. So, but they at the same time they are not obligatorily contact. So, as shown in 19, Madhu made Zaki vomit. It doesn't mean that he caused him to vomit like in a direct way, directly. So, Madhu a fait quelque chose de sale. So he made Zaki vomit. So, and causative subjects are strictly agentive. Their subject can only be agents or effectors. So we will see some examples with effectors below. So if we use the predicate illustrated in 20, so the ship got lost. If we want to causativize this predicate, so the only interpretation that is possible is something like I misled. So we cannot like in Russian say я потерял овцу. So if we in this case, it shows us that the causatives has only an adjective interpretation here. And another parameter that is of importance for description of causatives is the parameter of stativity, because in some languages causatives can be stative, but they cannot be stative in natural. So if you want to say something like touch it, so here in fact the causative is a zero morpheme. So it's still a causative, but so there is also a subclass of causatives that are not necessary. But yeah, but in this case, if you want to say something like the table touches the wall, so we cannot say that. So we can only use the verbal stem without the causative suffix. So as for middle voice, so in here, here is something that maybe was not described in the theoretical literature before. So their syntactic properties, however, so first of all, they are disfavored with many causatives. So, but this is not a strict limitation, because in 25 we see that so the middle voice it was at least not favored by my consultant, but in 26 everything is okay. The bucket was filled, so we see that the middle voice is stacked to the causative morpheme. Okay, and so maybe the most important property of these constructions is that agents can never be expressed overtly. So if we employ an adjective verb like build, so my consultant indicated there is no way to express something like a by phrase in a natural. So there is no way to say something like the house was built by Madhu. So which indicates that maybe the agents are suppressed or whatever. But then, so in the next section dedicated to semantic properties, I will show you that this is not the case. So first of all, so we have to make sure that these middle voice forms are not in fact resultatives. So they are not resultatives. In 28, we see that the house began to be built the last year is perfectly possible, right? Because if it were a resultative, it would not be the case. So, and then, so I will discuss some common tests that are used to indicate the presence of agent in the semantic structure of this verb. And these tests do not work in natural, most of them. So, but for different reasons. Well, first of all, there is a control test, so we can use, well, so maybe these Russian examples are not too illustrative. So, but if we say that the agent controls something in the embedded clause, we can say that the agent is present in the semantic structure. So, but what is bad with control structures in natural, that control structures are in fact not control structures. So because so this is how we express control in 31. So we in the subordinate clause we double the subject or the object of the main clause within the verb pronoun. So literally, if we say something like "I'm able to eat," or so here the example is already with the passive, one can put it into it can be put, it can eat be put right in the sack. So we have to say something like that. In 32, so Madhu wants me to die. Madhu wants I die, literally. So and 33 is an analogous example. So, but however, so what is bad with this test? So the control test cannot be used just as an appropriate diagnostics because control structures exhibit properties of binding in natural. So, and in most theories of control that I'm aware of, so there is, well, however, so this is maybe a more complicated subject because there is a lot of discussion going on about whether pro can be overt in some languages, and some researchers say that it is indeed the case. So but however, so maybe the example 35 is the most illustrative, just because if we use a control structure, Madhu wants me to wants to die, so this structure is ambiguous between two readings. So one of the reading is Madhu wants to die himself, and another reading is Madhu wants him to die. So by oneself modifiers is another test that is used to detect the presence of agents, and it also doesn't work for language specific reasons. So what this test shows us in English? So this test shows us that something as an indicator of the difference in the argument structure between the verbs like the ship sank by itself and the kid grew by itself. So if something is internally caused or internally, if something is internally caused, so it is incompatible with the by itself modifier. So as reported by, So this test in fact show messy results when applied to natural, because first of all, so by itself modifiers are often interpreted as alone. So because if we want to say something like in 36, so I went to the market by myself, moi seul. So that's how my consultant interpreted this case. It's okay. So, however, there is some evidence that different types of verbs pattern differently with respect to by oneself or by itself modifiers, because there are many unaccusative verbs, many internally caused verbs, which are not possible with by itself modifiers, whereas some others are possible with modifiers. So this test doesn't show us anything. So and moreover, so middle voice forms like in 39 also shows us that this is absolutely the same case in with middle voice with causatives like in middle voice constructions. So and this fact is not due to spontaneity, right? So so we cannot account for any differences in natural using the scale of spontaneity as proposed by Haspelmath. So, however, there are some exceptions. So in 40, we cannot say something like tomatoes were sold by themselves for some reason. Okay, so it creates a comic effect. So, and now I'm going to talk about the approaches to voice. So because so far there are several competing approaches to middle voice. So there are decompositional approaches that say that middle voice is reflexivization, or at least in the case of anti-causatives, this approach was developed in Kons-Garbaden's works. There are syntactic approaches saying that voice is agent suppression or some kind of intransitive marking, and this approach was proposed for well, first of all, it's a topological work by Kemmerer, and then so a recent work by Beavers and Diana also claims something like this. So, and there is also another approach saying that voice has different manifestations, because some instantiations of middle voice are associated with rearrangement of the core participants. Hence, so what is called passives, and some others are not. So Alekseev formalizes this as a two-layered structure with the middle voice projection and the passive projection. And so Vidrina shows for another West African languages that it might be also the case too. So she also considers this to be two different manifestations. She considers passives and the middle voice forms to be different from each other. So, but what is so in what follows, I show that in fact neither of these approaches is good for describing the natural data. And so first of all, here are some generalization on causatives that we already know. So causatives are obligatory agents or effectors, right? So here is an example with an effector. So, and then what is the test that does work for natural is the instrumental test. So because we assume that instrumental adverbial should be licensed if the agent is present in the semantic structure. And this is, in fact, the case in natural because as shown in the example 43, so if we have an unaccusative verb like break, so this verb is incompatible with an instrumental adverbial. So, but if we causativize this verb and then use a middle voice form, so put it in the middle voice form, the sentence becomes absolutely felicitous. So the glass was broken with a stone. And the same effect holds true of other predicates which do not have an overt causative marker. So for instance, if the fire went out by itself, okay, 44. So but if we causativize this predicate, so the fire was extinguished with water. So the causative fire the fire was extinguished. The fire was extinguished. Yes, in this case, it is only with the causative predicate that it works. So indicating that if there is no if there is no an agent in the agent structure, so agent adverbials cannot be licensed. So, well, if we want to say something like the fire was extinguished using the causative morpheme by itself, it doesn't work. Okay. So, and what also doesn't work is the reflexive analysis of anticausatives, because it wrongly predicts that if the if we identify two participants, say the patient and the theme, it incorrectly predicts that reflexive readings are possible in natural, contrary to the fact we have already seen that if we if you want to say something like Madhu kill plus middle voice, so it only can mean Madhu was killed, but not Madhu killed itself. So there is another proposal. Middle voice is just a marker of intransitivity. So, and this proposal accounts for every instantiation of the phenomenon. So it takes a predication and evaluates the number of participants, and there is only one of them. It marks the predicate with the middle voice marker. So, and a similar approach was proposed in Beaver and Udayana's work. So maybe I will skip some examples that are not too important for our discussion. So, so yes, here I partially repeat the data. So here, so what is also important to know, so if a verb contains an agent, it's in its semantic structures, middle voice constructions cannot delete it. So for instance, if we use the strongly adjective verb like lead, and I showed my consultant the picture where, for instance, lead, we can use this word with wheels. And if a wheel rolls by itself, in this case, we cannot use the verb lead. So in the middle voice function. So the house collapsed, but nobody broke it. So is absolutely possible. Once again, so what this example shows, so is not possible, excuse me. What this example shows us is that this is the same idea. If something is causativized, so the agent is introduced in the event structure, and if then we use a middle voice form, so then if we want to delete the agent from the structure, like the house collapsed, but nobody broke it. In Russian, it's perfectly possible, right? Дом разрушился, но никто его не разрушал. In natural, this is not possible. And there is another class of verbs which are labile verbs. This test goes well with this verb. So if you say something like the shirt tore down, but nobody tore, it's absolutely possible. So the range of possible interpretation is a lexical property, what is interesting is that some verbs that are maybe that are classified as strongly adjective in English are not strongly adjective in natural, like in 56. So bien vacant, meaning cut. So, but the interpretation by itself, the by itself interpretation is perfectly possible in natural. So now I will move on towards the analysis. So this is only a sketch of the analysis because, well, as I told before, I'm only making for my first steps here. So our analysis is based on the notion of implicit argument. So as stated here on the slide, so some works propose a reflexive passive operation whereby the -O feature of the agent argument is suppressed or blocked. And the effect is that with suppression, there is no mapping of the event onto F structure, whereas with blocking, the agent may be mapped onto an oblique function, for instance. So, and I think that the option of blocking should be chosen here because the blocked argument contributes to the licensing of agent-oriented constituents. And maybe, so what we have to propose here is that the F structure contains an oblique pro, because so it cannot be a subject pro, it should be an oblique pro. And so, and just in order to make sure that obliques can license different structures, so we can see in 58 so that indeed, for instance, the obliques can control control subordinated clauses exactly like zero obliques. So, and then standard mapping rules correctly predict all the cases discussed so far, because in the case of labile verbs, so we see that the mapping rules do work. Strongly adjective verbs, so they do work, so because everything is mapped as predicted by standard mapping principles. So if the agent is demoted, so it is mapped onto the oblique pro. So in the case of middle voice predications, yes, so the agent is mapped into the oblique pro function. And with the reflexive and reciprocals, we do not need to do that because they are simply transitive structures. There is no suppression of arguments. So if we hypothesize that middle voice is a marker that yields an intransitive predication, so reflexive predications are normal transitive predications, and thus transitive structures are preserved. So, and I think so maybe this approach is more economical than any approach that derives structures like middle voice structures in natural via some kind of smuggling or I don't know, smuggling over pro or whatever. Yep, this is all I wanted to say.
See that Oleg Igorevich has a question.
It's a lot, and I think the arguments are convincing. I just wanted to point out one thing when you said that about control, that it's not a diagnostic because it has properties of binding, when actually in LFG control is modeled as binding. I mean, they have a pro and it doesn't, I mean, it actually predicts that in some languages you might have a overt pronoun in control. So I think it actually, but the other question is that you can have an aphoric reference purely in the semantics. So I mean, there are two different questions: whether there is a semantic argument, which there probably is semantically, and whether there is a syntactic subject which remains, or is it completely removed. And for example, some theories of anaphora in LFG, like the DRT approaches, they can resolve anaphora purely in the semantics. So you don't even need a pro. So you have to demonstrate, for example, that control is licensed by syntactic constraints on binding and not by the semantic constraints on binding. So you would have to look into this these kinds of questions. But your analysis, like it looks like now, it basically it says you passivize the verb, but you also have this marker of the middle voice. It also obligatorily incorporates a pronoun, so that you cannot use express the agent NP because there is a pronominal argument in the verb. That's because you say that there's a pred pro contributed by the verb. It seems to imply that you kind of the passive is simultaneously a kind of pronoun incorporation. That's how I understand your analysis at present, and that's interesting. So I mean that's one how you could describe it. But I'm afraid that unfortunately, in order to really have a very full-fledged analysis, you have to look into glue semantics. And in the literature by Ash and Ida Toivonen and Gianluca Giorgolo and many other, maybe Ash can add something. So they have a lot of work on these derived arguments. So basically what the traditional mapping theory does using these mapping theory, it is done using the semantics, and you can introduce arguments. You can kind of eliminate them by additional meaning constructors. And I think this, looking into that literature, of course, it's a bit kind of high level, but hopefully if you follow the LFG course at the university, at some point we will get to glue semantics. Okay, so, but I mean, the analysis looks like now, as I said, it looks like more like you stipulate pronoun, that that this morpheme, it's middle voice plus pronoun, some sort of pronoun incorporation. That's an interesting idea, yeah. I think an argument in favor of a pro would be that there are some features in which other elements agree, for example. I don't know whether such phenomenon exists. I don't know, like in Russian, where people motivate the existence of pro by the fact that, for example, there can be a secondary predication, like я хочу там встретить его пьяным, и ее пьяный. I mean, something like this, where the not ее, but maybe я хочу прийти пьяным, да, and then the прийти has the zero subject, which is masculine because пьяным is masculine. So kind of other elements which agree with this zero. I mean, the standard syntactic arguments for pro. I'm not sure whether in Natio Oro you have these.
So natural, there's
no gender, there's no secondary, but maybe there's at least some number. I don't know. So I mean, you can try looking in this direction. Yeah. Thank
you. If there are no questions in the audience, Moscow audience, Ash has a question over Zoom.
Hi, thanks. That was a great talk. Yeah, just picking up on what Oleg was saying, I got really excited because this reminds me of stuff that I started doing with Gianluca Giorgolo and then Ida Toivonen, and then my last contribution was on my own in the Festschrift to Mary Dalrymple, which is called Modular Design of Grammar. I had this paper called The Unrealized and the Unheard. And in it, basically, I compared the middle in English to English passives. And I came to a very similar conclusion as what you're saying about Naturo, if I understood you correctly. But I formalized it in terms of glue semantics. Because what I basically argued was that lexical mapping theory doesn't have the granularity to separate these two cases because it just seems like suppression of a otherwise agent and realization of the object as a subject. But in fact, there's a semantic difference, which you've highlighted here in some of your data, between passives and middles, which is that middles don't have an agent. They're just like the subject is just a theme. So if I say the glass broke, the glass is the thing that underwent the breaking, and that's that. We know that there has to have been a cause, but that's an inference. It's not asserted in what I said. But if I say the glass was broken, I assert that there was an agent. I'm just not saying who it was, or I don't know who it was. Another way to conceptualize this is that middle is just become, and the glass and passive is like cause to become. Excuse me. So if I say the glass broke, I mean the glass became broken. If I say the glass was broken, I mean something or someone caused the glass to become broken. Yeah. So in that sense, I have like a little analysis that I baked while you were giving your talk. I'm going to put it in the chat. But anyway, in some sense, when we untangle everything that's going on, sorry, there's a mistake here. The second occurrence of passive is a mistake, but what's going on is that basically middle is just something like become. So it's suppressing the agent argument and saying there's no agent. Passive is saying, no, I'm remapping the agent and the theme, but I don't have to express the agent. That argument becomes optional. It becomes an oblique. Okay.
Yeah.
But things like with, like instrumentals or the by phrase. So the reason you can't, so I would say the bucket was filled, that example. I bet if you look at it carefully, it actually means the bucket filled. And the reason you can't say the bucket was filled by so-and-so is the same reason you can't say the bucket filled by so-and-so. Because the by phrase needs an arg1 to modify. And the middle doesn't give it one. It only has an arg2. So yeah, I think I'd love to have a chance offline at some point on Zoom to have a chat with you about this, about how I could add it to our analysis.
Yeah, thank you very much. But so I think what you are saying, so is it compatible with the data showing that, everything in the argument structure should be preserved? So in the sense that if we, for instance, passivize a causative, so your idea is that it doesn't eliminate the causative, the causator from the structure, but it only says that it is existentially closed or something like that. So or if there is no agent, so because I think we have seen that, so that the causator still is in the argument structure.
That's right. So in the thing that I was sketching in my comment, basically the middle is the core of predication. It just says there's an arg2, like the thing that underwent the predication. Something like an active says, I'm going to add an arg1. So I'm adding an agent to the theme that the middle would give me, right?
Okay.
And that's why there's often no distinction morphologically between forms of the active and forms of the middle. But anyway, and then the passive remaps the active roles. Like instead of expressing the first argument as subject and second argument as object, like the middle and the active, middle doesn't have an arg1, but it maps to an arg2, and the active adds arg1 to that and maps that to the subject instead. Whereas the passive adds like this causal layer, right? So I think it does predict what you were saying if you set it up carefully enough.
Are there?
I think it does. Yeah.
Sorry.
It does exactly what we sketched.
Okay. Are there any more questions? If not, I would allow myself to ask a question, but it is more of a data question. So we gave an example which said I got better by myself, and it was receiving the incorrect interpretation. And I thought, and you cited this example under unaccusatives, if I remember. And I wondered whether you could say something like, my health got better by itself. So the verb stays the same, but the subject is now not animate.
I would say that, so from my naive perspective, so I'm not a natural speaker, but I would say, I would just say that this verb requires agentive subjects. So, and I think all other constructions would be very untypical of natural.
Okay, thanks. Are there
I don't
some?
know how to say health, by the way. I don't think that this word exists in natural. No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions in the audience? We have 0 minutes for questions. Okay, then let's thank the speaker once again.
Okay, thank you very much for staying. Both the live audience and the Zoom audience, the heroes, Ash and Mary. Thanks a lot for coming, and Ash for staying for the whole time since 6 a.m. That's heroic, and for the great comments. And it was really, I think the students really benefited from, and everyone actually benefited from these suggestions. And so I guess we can call it a success. Then thanks a lot for coming, and everyone both online and offline. And I think we are off for a good start with the LFG meetings. And I don't know when we'll hold the next one. It depends on the number of people who are attending and who have work to show. But hopefully, I mean, I think ideally it would be like next term in autumn we could have hold a second, because I know some people who couldn't present today because they didn't have work ready. But maybe by autumn we will have some, maybe not 5, but I mean in the South of England meeting I think sometimes they have just two or three presentations. So I mean it could be just 2 people, 3 people. It's still nice to not have a small seminar but a more series of talks with a wider audience, because today we had people from DM community, from the more minimalist camps, and I think it was great that we had this inter-theoretic communication, which is of course much improved due to the existence of LrFG, because we had many things because of this we had many common points of interest. So it's great. Thank you very much. And of course it's also would be nice if more people could be able to attend. So I encourage everyone next year to submit to the LFG conference, wherever it is held, to the main one, especially since very often there is the Zoom option available. But I hope that we will continue also these local meetings for these kind of informal live discussion. So thank you very much. And of course, a special thanks to Daniel for supporting my idea of this meeting and helping to organize it. I wouldn't have managed by myself. Thanks. And to the Institute, of course, for supporting and giving us the platform, because that's also important to have a place where we can meet. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.